Hey guys, Dark Humility here. You can always catch me at twitch.tv/Dark Humility for 6 to 7 days a week of Diablo 2 D2R action. And you can of course catch the rest of my guides on YouTube as well, including 4 other Rags to Riches installments, including part 1 of today's Amazon Rags to Riches. And you can catch the other 4 as well: the Assassin, the Paladin, the Necromancer, and the Sorceress, and of course a lot of extremely high quality written D2 guides at maxroll.gg. Alright guys, today we have Rags to Riches, or rather Rags to Princess Amazon Part 2. Part 1 was kind of crazy. We found a lot of items that most of the time you may not expect from such a standard playthrough. Pretty much just found items as we went along because we stacked a lot of MF early on, and then we just got lucky finding items with more MF. And so she ended up having more and more magic fund. We progressed all the way to the end of Nightmare and the beginning of Hell. We even did Den of Evil in the last installment. So today, what we would be doing is starting off with vendor farming, and starting off with farming some of those zones that are going to be crucial to getting you prepared adequately for Hell. What's up, Beastly? What's up, Nimmy? How you doing? Alright, so let's get started. Let's get going. Let's smash it. So let's talk about, at this point, once you get to level 55. Oh, sorry, that's Hell. Once you get to level 55, what is it that we're trying to do in order to make sure that we can safely traverse Hell and start farming those juicy zones that are going to get us even more rich than we already are from the beginning of this guide? So, yeah, we went over all the gear and we went over a lot of things, but here are some things that we've been able to find just from playing through the game for the most part, and a couple of very basic farms in normal mode, trying to get us levels. But anyway, what we want to do is we want to make sure we can get high enough resistances. We're going to want to make sure we get attack speed for our Lightning Fury. And we're going to want to make sure that, in general, we just find better charms and improve our charms as well. Our life is kind of low. Our resistances are not quite maximum in Hell, which would be 175 each. And, of course, our level is kind of low as well. I mean, you could push Hell at level 50, but it definitely helps to be able to get to a slightly higher level in order to do that more effectively. So, what we'll be doing here in the beginning of this guide is showing you guys some of the most crucial farms. So we will start with the vendor farming. Now, vendor farming for the Amazon isn't quite as intense as maybe on some other characters. However, she has very, very, very essential vendor farming that can be very helpful. So Anya sells spears, throwing spears. These throwing spears, especially these very fast ones, are typically what you're going for. You want to go for these throwing spears, the fast ones. Not the glades, which are the slower ones. You want the faster ones in general. At any rate, though, you're mostly just looking for attack speed. That is the goal. You can also get Amazon skills on top of attack speed, but as you can see with our weapon here, we only have a plus skill and replenish quantity. Attack speed is really crucial to increasing your DPS on Lightning Fury. And it's going to make farming a lot easier as you progress to those Hell areas where you are going to get rich. So, hey, what's up, FL? X Gaming, how you doing? What's up, Belmont Strut? What's up? Yeah, you can definitely check out my notes on Sunder Charms there. It's like a 2-hour blog about Sunder Charms and how they're going to affect the game in their current condition. Of course, you could also check out exclamation signups if you're interested in joining a hardcore or softcore ladder team on October 6th and having a very solid push in the very beginning. Yeah, we are making a YouTube video today. Of course, we'll have the timestamps for part 2 below as well, just like we did for part 1, and we'll have the link to the video for part 1 and all that other cool stuff as well. what we're going to do is we're going to prep the area for some vendor farming here. Now, vendor farming in D2R isn't quite as amazing as it once was in LOD. Especially with the red portals and using a red portal to reset the vendor's wares, because it takes a lot longer to go in and out of the red portal. What we're going to want to do is see if we can get some attack speed from Anya. So right here is actually something that's already kind of decent. We just found a 20 attack speed throwing spear. And believe it or not, in a lot of ways, it's actually a lot better than what we already have. So we are going to continue to look for these. Throwing spears requires 65 dex, so if you're not going the maximum block approach that we've already been going, it might be tough to wear it. This is another reason, of course, why maximum block with a rhyme is good, as I mentioned before. These throwing spears and a lot of these javelins and whatnot do require a lot of dex. So in a lot of ways, you may as well take advantage of that and take advantage of the combination of dodge and maximum block to really get the most out of your defensive capabilities on the Amazon, which are honestly kind of insane.
Impossible.
Of course,
Impossible.
on hardcore, sometimes you might want to consider a safer approach, because low amounts of health means it's easier to get one shot, so easier for a monster just to tap you in the face with something really powerful and kill you. You'll notice, though, this is kind of what we're looking for. We're looking for
Good morning.
throwing spears with a lot of attack speed. Now, ideally, since we already have like 20 attack speed here, it would actually be really nice to find maybe at least 40, because then we would hit the 52 attack speed breakpoint for Lightning Fury, which would be really nice. 50 isn't quite enough for Lightning Fury. It's enough for Charge Strike. It hits another Charge Strike breakpoint, but that's about it. The other thing is that if you can hit around that amount, if you also get Treachery on top of that, then you can hit yet another breakpoint even above that, which I believe is 89. So you could definitely end up throwing your spears very fast. And the higher attack speed you have, you also use your Charge Strike faster too, which will increase your boss killing speed as well as your density farming speed. But in general, what we're going to do now is just going to go in and out.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
What's up, Kiachi? How you doing?
Can I help you?
It's going to break the game. Everything's going to break the game, man. So that is a 10% attack speed one. And even more than a couple of plus skills, attack speed is just really crucial on this build. So you'll see that's a 20%er there, which is not bad.
Impossible.
So the reason why we're going to want to do our vendor farms now is because they're actually going to help with farming some monsters for when we want to start getting our levels here in a moment. This isn't the only vendor farm you can do, of course, though, but it's also, this one's incredibly effective, though.
Impossible.
The other one we're going to want to do is using the cow portal in Act 1. We're also going to farm for some resistance gear and show you guys how to get resistance gear fairly easily, especially if you've been struggling getting it elsewhere.
I can't.
And then, of course, before we enter Hell, there's a bunch of things we can do as well, just to make it a little bit easier. And you don't have to trade for anything. You don't have to find anything crazy to make any of this work.
Impossible.
However, if you guys are with us through part 1, you might know that we got pretty lucky. Now, there we go. There's a 30 attack speed one. Now, 31 is pretty good, because if we maybe find a good 20 attack speed res gloves off of Geet or Charcy, we can make that work. But this is a pretty nice pair of gloves as is, so we'll see if we can stick it out and find an even better one, potentially. At any rate, once you get to the end of Nightmare, these vendor farms become pretty good. You're a high enough character level to farm some of these awesome things. If you wanted to, you could also farm for like 3 Jabba 20 attack speed gloves as well, which can be especially effective once you hit a few more levels. Oh wow, look at that. 30 attack speed attack rating. You don't really need the attack rating, but that's interesting.
I can't. Impossible. Good morning. I can't. I can't.
Okay, so I can't, impossible.
I can't. Impossible.
Alright, see what we can get here, so.
Good morning.
Some plus skills there. Some attack speed.
Impossible. I can't. Impossible. Can I help you?
Okay, can I help you? Yeah, the Amazon absolutely destroys. We're at the stage in the game where we absolutely destroy everything. And so using that at the end of Nightmare to maximize our farm potential before Hell, it's quite easy to do.
Impossible. Impossible. Yes?
These throwing spears are very nice. So we got 30 attack speed there.
Impossible. Impossible.
One thing we can do is you can also find a number of 20 attack speed gloves too off the ground. Things like laying of hands, things like Agnes's skin are also pretty good.
What are your needs?
Yeah, we've got insight though. We've pretty much got a lot of really solid items that we were able to acquire from the end of part 1 there.
Impossible. I can't.
I think the best case scenario is 40 attack speed, 1 Amazon skill, which is kind of nuts. I don't think I'm going to keep farming for that necessarily. We do already have a 30 attack speed one, which is honestly kind of solid.
What are your needs?
So we're not going to force it too hard.
Impossible.
How's everyone doing today? What's up, everyone?
Good morning.
Guys, ready for it? Oh, there it is. So that's, you know, honestly, it's pretty much as good as it gets. So if I don't find anything better in like maybe 10 more tries, we'll use that. So that's kind of what, if you find a 40 attack speed one, that's really good. So now we're going to attack really fast with this, which is what we want. Ideally, you would even find multiple of these though, so that you can like swap them out maybe.
Impossible.
Doesn't really matter though. Quantity 120 is pretty good. You see though, it's pretty nice. What's up, Majin? How you doing? Yeah, I think you can get 40 attack speed, 1 Amazon skill. You'll notice that I've been able to get the stat 1 Amazon skill a couple of times already.
Impossible. Impossible. Can I help?
So the Anya spear farm for attack speed is quite effective. There we go, we found 2 of them. Alright, let's go look a little bit longer. So finding 2 of these is honestly ideal, because then you can keep 1 in the cube. And then, even if you run out of quantity, you're not forced to go back to town immediately. What's up, everyone? How you doing? Chilling?
Impossible. Impossible.
How are we doing? You guys ready? You guys ready for ladder 2? I am so curious to see like if they make any kinds of changes or adjustments. Man, if they don't make any adjustments at all, it's honestly gonna be really,
what are your needs?
Really trolly. Especially when it comes to
impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
Especially when it comes to like the traps and minions and the pets, like they gotta do something for that, man. They have to try. Otherwise they basically just said,
I can't.
Screw you, assassins.
Impossible.
Dude, you were hyped for the Hydra Sword? Well, I mean, the Hydra Sword had a good time in 2.4. I don't know, though. I don't know about the Hydra Sword in this current...
Impossible.
This current era, though.
I can't.
What's up, Swisher Snake? How you doing? Alright, so let's try like 3 more attempts here.
Impossible. I can't.
Trying to see if we can get that like 1 skill 40, but if not, it's okay. Once again, 1 skill is not as important as the attack speed, and you'll notice we'll show you guys some difference between the attack speed with like no attack speed modifiers and when you have this. Okay, so
I can't. Impossible. What are your needs?
yeah, Anya will also sell some other types of spears. You're mainly looking for the throwing spears though, mainly. You'll notice that the attack speed's pretty different. Also, this one requires more strength, and not always gonna have that amount of strength, but it's not terrible. Alright, so alright, looks pretty good to me. Alright, so we're gonna give you guys a crash course in how this works here. So basically, there's our first vendor farm, the most important one, and the one you're going to want to do first before you start farming nightmare cows or anything else. And so, what happens when I remove all my attack rating is this is my attack speed. Alright, it's pretty slow, right? Okay, that's a little faster. That's faster than that.
Not enough mana.
That's fast. So that's what you want. And that's why we get those 40 attack speed javelins. So we're going to be able to absolutely destroy stuff like that now. Honestly, javelins like this without attack speed with just plus skills are a lot better for like poison javelin. And so they're a bit better early on. So we just massively increased our damage per second right there. And all we had to do was farm a vendor for just a little bit.
Hello.
Very simple thing we can do to increase our power before we start pushing through help. Of course, we're also going to want levels, and we're also going to want some other items. The next thing we're going to want to do... Actually, let's just kill Eldritch for fun real quick, but let's see, yeah. Okay, 1, okay. What's up, Romper Stomper? How you doing? I know. Well, I'm hoping they fix that before the official release emojin. I'm hoping they just fix it so that that's not actually a problem. I would be surprised if they didn't because I think a lot of people are very disappointed about that. So yeah. Alright, the next thing that I like to do is put a portal next to Geed. So this is a farm that you'd pretty much want to do in almost every character, especially if you were looking to increase your power or just your res and life in general. So what we want to farm Geed for here is possibly like 20 attack speed gloves with resistances. If we can get 20s here, then we have the 52 breakpoint without the belt, which can then allow us to put life or res on our belt as well. We can also get faster run walk res boots. We can also get magic find res boots, so we can swap before killing bosses. We can also get magic find gloves of various kinds as well for the same purpose. And all those kinds of things are extremely good for prepping our ability to farm those endgame bosses. Get what we need. What's up, D2R? How you doing? What's up, Original? Xana, baby! How you doing, man? Alright, so as you can see, you can just buy boots with a faster run walk. Of course,
I can't.
Good to see.
it can also have res.
I can't.
You can already get a taste of that there. You can already see
Greetings.
cows are gonna get smashed. And the more cows, the merrier. Remember with this build, density is your friend. The more monster density, the more monsters, the merrier. The more damage you do. So I just bought that there as just a higher MF boot. You can get up to 35 MF, you can get up to 40 fast run walk, you can get up to 30 single res, 20 attack speed, and you can get combinations of those stats. Literally just by vendoring them.
Impossible. I can't.
What you need?
Oh, congrats, man. So yeah, look at that monster right there. So this is a good example, actually. So this is a 30 faster run block, 37 poison res boots. And that's pretty nice. Different kinds of res might be actually wanted, but in general, it's really easy to get a decent amount of res, which you need a lot of for Hell because the res penalty in Hell is nasty. In general, like if you want to survive reliably in Hell and not have a terrible time, you want to see if you can get north of like 30 all res in softcore, and in hardcore I'd recommend like 50 to 60 or even like maximum res if you can. Of course, there's no guarantee we'll use any of these necessarily, but this is just to show you guys a very effective farm for improving your prospects as you start pushing through Hell. And of course, we might use some of these for sure.
I can't. I am overburdened.
Nutty boots. Yeah, they're actually, believe it or not, super hard to get at all. So it actually, you can fairly reliably get things like this. Like that's a 4-slot belt there, the Demon Hide sash. So you can get 4 potion slots off of that. And that had life and res on it, so you can get things like that just by farming Geed.
I can't. Impossible.
What you need?
Watching the Amazon Rags to Riches Javazon edition. Well, you know what's funny is we only did
Impossible.
Plague Javelin, so I chose the Plague Javelin approach to show for Rags to Riches because it's a lot more, I would say, consistent and straightforward. I think it's also easier for more players to get the hang of.
May I help you?
Has a very safe and easy playstyle that just involves around kiting
Impossible. I can't.
and using
carry
your mobility.
anymore.
Let's deal, my friend.
Sometimes standing and shooting can be very difficult to pull off because the monsters will just overwhelm you.
I can't. Impossible. Impossible.
And I showed how it's really not that bad. The only bad part about it is that at certain parts of the game it feels like your damage is starting to fall off a bit.
I
But it
can't.
never falls
I
off
can't
so
carry
hard that it's
anymore.
really painful, if that makes any sense.
Impossible.
That jab is more simple by far.
Impossible.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hello.
Yep, it's more reliable.
Impossible.
Yeah, so right now we are focusing on the Nightmare to Hell transition, yes.
Yes.
We just went over the Javelin farm from Nightmare Anya. And finished explaining this farm.
I can't. I can't.
And you can get belts up to 100 life too. It's kind of nutty, the kinds of stuff you can just get from Geed or Charcy. You can also do Charcy as well. I think Charcy and Geed have different numbers of belts, boots, and gloves. They spawn in proportion to one another. So there are some meaningful differences.
I can't.
It's also worth noting that the
Impossible.
color of the belts, the gloves, and the boots can indicate the stats that they have. Like for instance, on this one, I knew it was lightning res because it was just pure yellow. That was faster run walk and lightning res. That could be very
I can't
nice.
carry anymore.
What you need?
Yeah, and finding a co-rune is, as you might know, not very reliable. It's even more reliable to find a lum rune, and that's not even always reliable.
Impossible.
So, but with a lum rune, you can at least like cube up 3 IO runes. You know, we talked about that. You can farm Nightmare Countess.
Impossible. Impossible.
Yes.
She loves to say impossible. So yeah, look at this bad boy right here. 86 life, 13 lightning res. Now that's a 3-slot belt. But mind you this, Rags to Riches Part 2. Yep, it's Part 2. Gotta make Part 2, man. This is the part where
I can't.
we're really able to clinch our ability to push all the way through Hell and get to all of those zones and start farming safely. And so that's what Part 2 is all about, and of course, the Nightmare to Hell transition is the most important part of making sure you're ready to do that once you start pushing through Hell. So you see that? That's just a belt you can literally just farm from a vendor. Now, if we can also on top of that maybe get like some attack speed, you can also take advantage of that as well.
Greetings.
Yeah, see, that's a shark skin belt. That's a 4-slot belt as well. You can also do some gambling as well if you want. Gambling is definitely not a terrible tactic. You can even make the Tur, Tal, Am 3-socketed white or gray bow, whatever you want to call it, and you can buy that from normal Charcy and then put Tur, Tal, Am in it and get vendor reduction as long as you're using the bow on your character, and you can make it even cheaper. For the sake of brevity, I'm not actually going to demo that stat necessarily, even though I'm not known for being brief to begin with. I can show you guys though how you can farm some gloves like this. Notice how that one got attack speed. You can also just do this, right? Now we're also going to be able to take care of our gold pretty well here once we start farming cows and Eldritch and things like that, so don't worry about your gold too much. We do have, I think, a glove with higher resistance and MF, so I don't think that really matters. I'm also just seeing if you can get like a 20 attack speed gloves, but as I may have already mentioned though, you can already do that just by farming geeds. So.
Impossible. I am overburdened.
Let's deal, my friend.
However, to do that, it's kind of unfortunate you can't just reset the vendors with a button like you can gambling. But arguably that'd be too broken, so I don't know.
Good morning.
Instead, it's actually just worse than LOD, as I mentioned earlier, because the red portal delay.
Impossible.
You see how she keeps saying impossible? Like normally you'd just be able to go in and out pretty much. And that's yeah, see that's also like res. It's also res life.
I can't carry anymore.
Yes?
I'm actually trying to see mainly if he's willing to give me a good 20 attack speed gloves.
I can't.
May I help you?
It's kind of a main thing I'm looking for now. I mean, I think I have. I might even just use Sanders honestly because it has like Dex on it, which is allowing me to hit maximum block. It's basically giving me free HP right now. See, this one's got 40 faster run walk on it.
I can't. I can't.
Yes.
So yeah, we're gonna do this vendor farm here for a little bit. Oh wow. So this can be a really nice MF swap boot. For instance, if you wanted to farm Andariel, you could swap it out just before you killed her, because that has poison res on it. So that's kind of neat, right? Now we did give up a tiny bit of MF there, but I'd rather have the one with res just to swap out. Swapping out MF items with res makes it to where you're able to survive just before you kill them and as they're swapping items. Remember that when you kill a monster, it will calculate, it'll use the MF you have upon finishing it off, so on last getting the last hit.
I can't.
Let's deal, my friend.
He's been giving up some goods already. Res
Impossible.
MF.
Impossible. Impossible.
MF, res faster run walk.
Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
And just doing this alone ensures that if you have like garbage boots or garbage belts or garbage gloves, by the end of this you definitely shouldn't, and you should be able to get like plenty of
Let's
res.
deal, my friend.
That's going to help your survivability and health massively. In addition, of course, any
Impossible.
res you're able to
Good
get.
day.
Let's see.
I can't. Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
What you need?
I can't. I am overburdened.
Indeed,
Good
indeed,
day.
indeed. 40 faster unlock, but no other stat. Oh, there's a
Impossible.
one
Impossible.
javelin.
Let's deal, my friend.
Oh no. See, there's 10 attack speed there. think we're gonna have to get something. We're gonna have to give
Impossible.
get somebody
I
to
can't
refund
carry
you if
anymore.
possible. Do I have a moderator to
Good day.
refund you? Can I get a refund on aisle 10? Oh, look at that. Damage MF gloves there. Ooh. Yeah, we're doing a video right now, so I can't like mess around and put the charms and cubes in weird spots. I mean, I could, but not very good for that. And notice we just got 40 faster unlock with 33 poison res, so once again, really nice items in general that you can get from Geed. That's a very good example there.
Impossible.
Lame. I know. We're trying to focus on doing everything properly. You know, making sure that if people only watch part of the video, they don't just see something that looks really weird
Impossible.
and messed up and out of
May I
place.
help you?
They're like, "What the heck? Is that what you're supposed to do?" It's like, no.
Impossible.
You refunded
Impossible.
yourself.
Impossible.
Let's deal, my
Sounds
friend.
good. By the way, why did you change your name? I've never seen that name before. I mean, it's a cool name though.
I can't. I
You do
can't.
have the power, it's true. I forgot you had the power.
Good
Yeah, I wasn't
day.
paying attention. Necrospenny! We have a brand new member of Xana's attack squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Chat, can we spam some eyes of Xana in the chat for?
I can't. I
Oh
can't.
man, Necrospenny.
Greetings.
Yeah, so you can definitely get different varieties of
can't.
like
I
res and
can't.
life, and
I
you can even
can't.
use them for different situations if you want to. Different farms. Possibilities are really endless here.
Impossible. I can't.
What's up, the big bass? How you
Good
doing?
day.
I can't. I can't.
Heck yeah, man.
Greetings.
You doing some guided playthroughs? Getting ready for ladder? Yeah, these people like these Rags to Riches videos. The Sorceress is always extremely popular, of course, but not just the sort. So right here is 20 attack speed. That's what I was talking about earlier. So first 20 attack speed gloves I think we've actually encountered, but if we use these 20 attack speed gloves in combination with that res life belt, for instance, we can maintain our 52 attack speed breakpoint for Lightning Furies, so we have 60 with this, which is enough, and then we also hit res. This also has mana on it too, which honestly isn't bad. As long as you're using Insight on the Mercenary, it does make using Lightning Fury a little bit less painful in some ways. However, I think when we actually farm cows here, we're just going to use the Magic Find approach here. Unless we find something better.
Impossible.
On the Amazon, though, I really don't mind farming the vendors for a bit longer because these items can be pretty crucial. You can see here, there's another one, 20 attack speed.
I
And
can't.
gloves that have 20
I
attack
can't.
speed,
I can't.
they have this color.
What you need?
You kind of already know it's there. Chain gloves of alacrity. Oh, that's an interesting color for that. That's just plain 20 attack
I
speed gloves.
can't. I can't. Impossible.
What's the best Terror Zone farming class with early gear? Just depends on the Terror Zone, man. I mean, look at that, 22 light res, but it's only got 10 attack speed. That's kind of what we're looking for, but 20 attack
Impossible.
speed.
I can't. Impossible.
If I can find one of those, that'd be
Good day.
nice. And then after we maybe get slightly better gloves, or not get slightly better gloves,
I can't.
depending on if I feel like we're ready to move on,
What you need?
we will start farming for levels, potentially bases, potentially runes, all kinds of things you can get from Nightmare Cows. Way better charms, and charms are honestly the lifeblood of moving on into Hell. Life and res charms are insanely helpful. So, and cows is insanely good at
I
dropping
can't.
them. The cows
Impossible.
have good loot tables for them. And they're incredibly dense. And when it comes to farming items like that, density is important. You can also find gems to
I can't.
craft, to do various crafts as well, and various cube recipes. And of course, we can also use our circlets so we can imbue them once we get a little bit of a higher level here. I am doing very good. Thank you for the troll. Nah, you're fine. You probably didn't even know we were doing a video right now. Yeah. We get. Yeah, we're doing Rags to Riches Part 2 right now, Amazon.
I can't. Impossible.
Unfortunately, it's probably the last one I'm going to be able to get done because I have all these Maxwell guides to do. The last Rags to Riches, that is. So no Barbarian and Druid until next time. But
Yes.
that's okay. I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get to those. I also want to remake a couple of build guide videos as well, because they're either terribly outdated or kind of messed up.
Impossible. I can't.
Yes.
Like the Werebear Sorceress, they changed her quite a bit.
Impossible. I can't.
If I was to do Druid, so Druid is really straightforward to me. Like, you can do other things on a Druid, so you can do like Summon, for instance. And Summon can be very safe and very easy. It's very slow though. I would just recommend Belt of the Whale. Not bad. It's 100 life right there.
I can't. Impossible.
I would just recommend going from Fissure into Wind. That's just the most straightforward way to do anything on a Druid. Fissure to Wind.
I can't.
Good day.
You could go back to Fissure for certain types of farming as well, and obviously once you get Sundered Charms, there's all kinds of things you can do, but
Impossible.
no one really knows exactly how rare those are yet anyway, so no one really knows.
I can't. Impossible.
You think Fissure Druid can work half decently as a ladder starter? That's a good question. It could. There's a lot of Terror Zones that can be good for it. There's Stony Tomb that can be good for it. It's a little tougher of an approach than starting Wind.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken
Impossible.
camp.
Impossible.
Hey, thank you guys so much for the support.
Greetings.
Really amazing support yesterday and today. We're just gonna have a great time tonight. Finishing off this Amazon guide here.
I can't.
Showing off all of the Nightmare to Hell transition farms and strategies, or pretty much all the major ones.
I can't. I can't.
Good day.
Who deserves a sub? I don't know. Ask chat. They can be their own advocates.
Impossible. I can't. I can't.
Tonight,
Steal, my friend.
probably another 10 hours, honestly. I mean, we'll see.
Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
Yes.
Yeah, so Rags to Riches is a very long stream, just in general.
Hello.
It means, though, we're probably not streaming very long tomorrow, because I have stuff I need to get done, but that's okay.
Impossible. Impossible.
There's, like, so much stuff I have to do. There's a lot of things that are just, like, happening all at once. And it's, it's kind of crazy. By the way, if you guys are still looking for hardcore or softcore ladder teams,
Impossible.
and you want a solid
Impossible.
8-person push, look no further. We need you. We want you. We are recruiting. For people that want to push hard on the ladder, type exclamation signups. Give me that information on the Discord, and I'll be happy to try to build awesome teams with you on it and make some awesome times on ladder. For the last ladder, we were able to build tons of awesome teams.
Greetings.
It was a lot of fun. Oh man, that's amazing, but it's a light build, and there's no way to upgrade magic items. You can, there's upgrade recipes for rare and unique items and set items, but no magic items. Wow, 96 life, 27 lightning res. Oh,
I can't.
that's like the wet
Impossible.
dream of a build. Imagine if that was, instead, A shark skin
I
belt.
can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken
It's the
land.
wrong base. You don't want it. You don't want a 2-slot build. 2-slot builds just it's too hard to deal with. One. QYM. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xander's Day. So yeah, the strategic use of the cow portal here is very nice, but alright, I mean, that's something, I guess.
Impossible. I can't.
Greetings.
Some people move fast and forget the extra stuff. Well, I think the thing is I like to provide a lot of information. Like, I like to be very thorough.
Good day.
Of course, you can always mention things quickly, but a lot of players might not grasp it immediately if you go very fast.
I can't.
They might just leave out a whole bunch of stuff that you can do, which will leave a lot of players thinking, well, if I can't do this, then what can I do, you know?
I can't.
So, it's important stuff.
Good day.
Of course, before you transition to Hell, this is also the part of the game where if you don't already have access to a Lum Rune or you don't have Ire Runes from Nightmare Countess to cube into a Lum Rune, you can go back and farm Nightmare Countess. You can go back and farm Rhyme if you still don't have it. I do recommend getting those things in the beginning of Nightmare because it makes the Nightmare progression easier. But do it out of the way. What is with all the fast room lock poison res? Oops.
Impossible.
How in
Impossible.
particular is interesting.
Greetings.
Impossible. Impossible.
Thank you so much, Millerlaw, for xanifying Blackstar Carnage against their will. Did we spam some Eyes of Xana in the chat for our man Millerlaw? He asked who deserved it. I guess that's you, Blackstar. You're the
I
deserving one.
can't. Impossible.
Good day.
Yeah, Druid would definitely be Firestorm into Fissure into Wind for sure. That is just the most reliable approach, period, on a Druid.
Impossible.
The Druid progression
I can't.
isn't very difficult. What's difficult about the Druid is once you start farming, you're just a much slower farming than most of the other classes. Druid and Barbarian are definitely some of the jankier approaches to going from rags to riches. They're a bit tougher. If you want something fun yet challenging, that's definitely what you go for.
I can't. I can't.
What's up, Juan? How you doing? It doesn't mean that I'm not willing to do rags to riches, Barb, and Druid at some point, though.
I can't.
think,
Impossible.
I think there's a lot of players that like starting those builds. Especially to like help out their team, you know, with like Oak Sage and Barbo and stuff, and then they want to know, what do I do when I am not helping out my team? How do I farm?
May I help you?
I think that can definitely be very useful at some point.
I can't. Impossible.
You know, what would a Rags to Riches series really be unless you did all 7 classes, right?
Good evening.
The way I see it. Some point you just gotta do them all.
I can't. Impossible.
Hello.
I can't. Impossible.
Impossible.
Alright, so we'll do this for a little bit longer.
Greetings.
I haven't found some of the most insane stuff I'm looking for, but I've also found some really good life res belts and whatnot, so that's not bad.
Impossible. Impossible.
You can definitely make that work.
Impossible.
Yo, what's up, man? Okay,
Impossible.
it's good, man. How you doing?
Good evening.
What is good? Okay, so 40. We actually already are rich. Look at our items, man. Look at this stuff. Looks like we went to the store, man. We've just been
What you need?
progressing through the game, pretty much. stopped off on some of the nightmare boss farms, and that's about it.
I can't.
Greetings.
Yeah, looks like we went to the store, man. That's why I like Rags to Riches, though. I get to show people how to, in almost all of my Rags to Riches videos,
Impossible.
we get riches of some kind, you know? And we get to show people how crazy some of these finds can be if you just play through the game.
Impossible.
Hello.
I think we already are strong enough to get an Annie, probably, or at least will be very soon. Can be.
Impossible.
Power
Impossible.
the low resist one and charge strike, yeah. Okay.
Impossible.
No,
I
I'm
can't.
actually
Let's deal, my friend.
I'm actually just shopping for like attack speed res life, you know, fast run walk res, that kind of stuff.
Impossible. I can't.
May I help you?
I did explain kind of how that all works at this point. You can, yes, indeed you can get 220s. I think at level 60 you can get 320s even. And arguably that's like the best thing you can farm for a Jabazon from a vendor is a 3 javelin, 20 attack speed. Gloves?
Impossible.
You know, we talked about 6 trap claws on the assassin. Well, that's like the holy grail of vendor farming for the
can't.
Amazon.
Impossible.
Yes.
I think we need a few more levels for that, but we're not going to be doing that anyway. That vendor farm can take as long as one of these parts of the guide, so
May I help
if
you?
not longer. So we're not going to do that. We can mention it.
Impossible.
Good evening.
I know, she just keeps getting stopped at the door.
Impossible. I can't.
May I help you?
Possible, I can't. Impossible.
I can't. I can't.
Let's deal, my friend.
Alright, I
can't.
think
Impossible.
after like 5 more attempts we'll move
What you
on.
need?
We already have things that will work for what we want to do,
Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
so I think we'll be fine.
Good evening.
Oh, come on, man. Where's the attack speed like 30 lightning res gloves?
Impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Yeah, I mean you can sit here and farm
Yes.
longer, of course, if you want. Anybody can.
I can't. I can't.
However,
I
keep
can't.
in mind,
May I help you?
yeah, keep in mind on hardcore you might want to do just that, especially if you're trying to max out your res as much as possible.
I can't.
I'm definitely a lot more
Impossible.
careful on hardcore with how I progress.
Greetings.
However, on softcore, as long as we got like decent res, we get our attack speed, get some life, we'll probably be fine.
I can't. I can't.
What you need?
220s aren't usually that bad. 320s can be just insane.
Impossible.
Alright, and then after this,
May I help
it's
you?
time to start one of the most iconic farms on the Jabazon, the Nightmare Cow farm, which is just as iconic as the Hell Cow farm, which is arguably one of her best, if not her best, early game farm before getting any kind of items whatsoever.
I can't.
Obviously,
can't.
once you get like T-strokes or something and a Sunder Charm, you can pretty
Yes.
much do whatever you want on this build. But before that point, kind of like on every other character,
Impossible. I
and
can't.
characters where Sunder Charms aren't insanely effective and impactful, like Necromancers where they don't matter as much. It's very important to know where to farm and what to do just in general.
Impossible.
Greetings.
Cows is one of the ultimate farms in the game. It's good for any character, but for this character, she makes it look effortless, and we can just plow
Impossible.
through tons of cow levels
What you
in a
need?
very short amount of time.
I can't. I can't.
Let's deal.
A
my friend.
permanent Wurtzlig? Why? So you don't have to... There we go. Okay, you know what? That was worth it. That was worth a little bit more farming.
I can't.
Down to
Impossible.
15 cold res-ish, 14 cold res, 20 attack speed gloves. So, that's not bad.
I can't. I can't.
Yes?
Alright, so, yeah, I think we're good for now. So you can see here now, we have options to get even more attack speed. We have options to get more skills and more res. You can actually use skills and MF there, which is actually not a bad thing to swap out for a boss, especially for Charge Strike. And then we have a bunch of belt options for 3-slot builds to just give a ton of life and res. And we even have some res faster unlock boots. Not the best resistance, but a good one. I might not care anyway though, because I'll probably just use Sanders. When we actually push through hell, we're not going to be prioritizing Magic Find at all. We're going to be prioritizing res. But that being said, the Magic Find can be incredibly useful for swapping out for bosses, or when you start farming bosses or Pindle skin or things like that, just in general. Alright, so now it's time for the less boring farms. I don't know if anyone actually enjoys vendor farms. I think some people might, but I just think of them as an insanely effective something that you do if you can. So as you can see here, we're killing them even off screen. And if we group them up, you can really see the power. This is Nightmare Cows, mind you. Nightmare Cows just dying. One volley. It's crazy. If you go back to any of my other Rags to Riches videos, you can even look at the Sorceress, and you'll see there's nothing more effective than this. Even if you maybe don't feel like doing this farm on, you know, your other Rags to Riches playthroughs, this is definitely something you should do on the Ember one. It's gonna make a big difference. What's that one? Cow God for sure. Absolutely. The Cow Goddess. Now, one thing to note is that my Mercenary has Holy Freeze, which in some ways can actually make it harder to gather the cows. But since we're not teleporting in front of the cows, you should be fine. If you don't want a Mercenary with Holy Freeze and don't want to slow them, it's actually better sometimes that they're not slow and they move toward you faster, so that you group them up easier. So if you want to swap out your Mercenary for like Defiance or something, you definitely can. We are not going to bother with that, but as you can see, it's working just fine. In Hell mode, that can definitely be even more important. Just something we'll probably do for Hell mode. So you'll see just how many charms they drop, you know, how many items they drop that have plus skills. Make sure to pick up those items that can roll plus skills and start generating gold for that hell push so that you have enough gold to go all the way through. It's going to take a lot of gold with the teleport staff and everything else in general. I think our insight's a partisan. You can always trade other force socket or pull arms pretty easily though at the very beginning. There's a lot of really good bases you can get, so unlike normal cows, which can only roll 4 sockets from Larzuk, you can just straight up find 4-socketed bases in Nightmare Cows.
No.
You can actually find bases up to 5 sockets in Nightmare Cows. It's not elite bases, so you can't find like monarchs, but you can find partisans, you can find flails, you can get those Hodo bases, you can get tons of types of bases. You can get really good paladin shields. Alright, so there you go. Remember how I said it's nice to find like 2 of these 40 attack speed or 30 attack speed throwing spears? Well, now we have 2 of them. It's gonna make everything a lot easier. Yeah, look how fast we attack now. It's crazy. Okay, so make sure you maintain maximum block, put the rest of the points into vitality. Every time you level, you're going to lose block percentage. You need to put more points into dex to maintain it. Just as we talked about in part 1. You want to maintain your max block with Rhyme Shield and all the dex you need anyway. You need 65 dex for a throwing spear, so... in some sense, you only needed 80 more dex to get maximum block, so... for purposes of survivability, it's pretty solid. You could also go like 50% block, but maximum block is by far the most effective approach if you can do it.
I can't.
Once you get maximum block, you're barely taking damage on top of dodge, avoid, and evade. Okay, so right now we're leveling up a synergy for both Charge Strike and for Lightning Fury. The Javazon the best AoE clear in the game. So the Javazon in the late game is one of the strongest density destroyer builds in the game. Yes, she is an S tier density destroyer. The only other build that can even keep up with her somewhat is the Poison Nova Necromancer, and that's because of teleport frames. If you want to check out the density destroying tier list, I recommend checking out Maxwell's density destroying tier list. Of course, all the tier lists and everything is being updated on Maxwell for 2.5. You can actually check that out if you want to see where builds stack up in terms of how well they do at AoE clear farming or density clear farming. Javazon is arguably the strongest build in the game, though, yes. And there's only one other build that can even kind of share the same tier with her, if that makes any sense. Lightning Fury is insane. And once you get a Sunder Charm now, there's no monster that can stand in the way of this monster, which is one of the reasons why making a Zon early on in Ladder 2 might be a good idea. If you want some really strong and effective farming. But you might see more Zons than normal, I think, this time. I have a feeling. Some people don't like the fact she doesn't have much mobility, but with as much power as she packs, I don't know. Some people might go for it. What's up, Leo Ollie? How you doing? Alright, so as you can see here, we already shredded all the cows, and there's nothing left of them. There you have it. So we're gonna farm cows for a little bit here. I don't know how many cow runs we're gonna want to do. Something like 10 or so. I mean, we're gonna want to get to level 60. That's usually where I like to move on into hell. Want to be at least level 60. Gonna want to maybe farm a couple of things that can be useful, and then we'll move on in general. Okay, so we just found 11 life small charm. It's not bad. Honestly, 3 MF isn't that good. I'd kind of wait for like a 5 MF or something if you can find it. We have a lot of magic find too. Keep in mind if you're looking for like an insight base or something though, you don't want this much magic find. Because magic find will hurt your ability to find white items or socket items that are basically white items that roll sockets. Same thing. And yeah, that's how she goes. Okay, we've been keeping all these juves as well. This can be useful for pushing through hell. The sorceress skills. You can go repair this item as well. You go farm another word slag. You're gonna find the path, and on that path is where the Cairn stones are. You know, a lot of people do that. They actually go Sork as the second character, which I actually don't think is a terrible idea. I don't think it's terrible at all, actually. It's pretty solid. Oh, you always started Zon for LOD resets? Heck yeah. What's up, Iray? How you doing? What's up, Kaiser? You guys getting ready? You guys all signed up for a ladder team yet? You don't already have one? Alright, let's get it. Alright, so I'm not going to worry about vendor farming anymore. I'm just going to start farming cows. We had to show off the vendor farms I thought were most effective. Another vendor farm that can be good is Nightmare Orzuk for a 3-socketed crown if you aren't able to find a 3-socketed helm from cows. But usually it's pretty easy to find a 3-socketed helm from cows, so... Usually. I don't know how the mercenary died there.
Yes?
He didn't die at all in the first one. Ow! Okay, he was extra strong. Yeah. That hurts. You'll also notice that our charge strike's a lot faster with his attack speed as well. Really makes a massive difference. What do I think I'm going to use most of the time? I think I'm going to use those attack speed mana gloves. It's really nice getting some extra mana. These gloves can have attack speed. Yep. 20 though. 2-piece Saigons, I think, also gets 20. Hell yeah, quit your job for Diablo 2? What a boss. All you have to do to be able to sign up is you have to be able to go hard on the first day. You can't just like start the ladder reset and then dip out after an hour. I don't want people doing that to their team because that's gonna suck for people. In terms of the first week, well, I mean, just let me know what you can do, you know. Or socketed Grim Scythe. That's an infinity, sorry, that's an insight base, but we do have a partisan, which is the same level. It's an exceptional base. So that one's not really going to be that different. Ordinarily, you might want to trade that, though. That could be useful. Everyone's desperate for 4-socketed pole arms or bows for Act 1 mercenaries early on. Mostly pole arms still, though. Yeah, I know. You told me. You told me why you're quitting. It's okay. I was just making it more interesting.
I can't carry anymore.
More cows the merrier, man. Okay. Pull out the other one and lock and load. So believe it or not, attack speed javelins are pretty much what you want to use until you find like Titan or T-strokes. I mean, unless you find a rare javelin that has even more attack speed and has plus skills. Has the same amount of attack speed and plus skills because... Really? This is all you really need to be powerful early on, so... It always works. Zealer for a starter? I mean, it's doable. I think it's F tier on the ladder start tier list, though. I mean, it's doable. There are ways to make it work. I mean, you can almost start with anything you want if you really want to. Spike shield, that's garbage.
Impossible.
Also, since we have 150 MF, we can very well find more very useful uniques and things of that nature in here. I think in one Rags to Riches I found a Tal's helmet for my mercenary, which is practically like the epitome of the starter mercenary helmet. It's really good. Mercenary has to kill it. Got life leech. Got res. What was that? lag. I think we were lagging there for a second. Either that, he was just running in place. Stone skin too, really? Okay, I'm good on that. So that's like almost physical and lightning immune. One thing to note about physical and lightning immunes is that those are going to be very hard to deal with even in hell. So once you start pushing through hell, you're not really going to want to focus on those all that much. See, like this mask here can be 3 sockets, and sure enough it is. So like I said, normally you don't actually have to farm Larzek for things like that, you can just farm cows. But that is another vendor farm you can do. Well, that was worth mentioning. We've done it on other Rags to Riches guides, and to good success. You can get some magic find, especially before you farm like Larzek or something. You don't play with people much? Oh yeah? Do people have cooties? No,
Good day.
yeah, Zeal might not be bad in groups, but then as a Zealer, jumping into players 8 monsters with no gear is very fun, as I'm sure you know. Fun as in...
Not here.
Not particularly fun. Okay, where's this one? Okay. So, at this point, you kind of have to figure out, like, what gems you need in general. If you are looking to make a socketed helm of some kind, you need a Sapphire for that. Sapphire Ral Full Rune is how you can socket a white helm and get it anywhere between minimum and maximum sockets based on RNG. Perfect Topaz Tal Fool is how you can do it for an armor, so if you find armors from Nightmare Cows or even in early hell, same thing. Perfect Amethyst Ral Amrune is how you can do it to white weapons. And that's a very effective way to get things like insight bases, like from bills that maximum roll 4 sockets. Whenever you have a maximum roll at any number of sockets, it tends to be easy to roll, unless it's 6 sockets, and then it doesn't matter. But that is the case. And then, of course, you have shields, which are Perfect Ruby Tau Am. And that can be used to make like 4-socketed monarchs and things like that once you get into hell. So, keeping all of these flawless gems and whatnot, and using them to their highest effect is always a pretty solid idea. I think we have too many sapphires though, if I'm being honest. Don't need that many sapphires typically. Let me actually see what perfect gems we have already. Let's see, we have a ruby. Looks like we have a topaz. We have a sapphire. An emerald. What's the other ones? Okay, we got a diamond. Oh, I know we got diamonds. We actually gotten some pretty good RNG on diamonds in general. Let's just sell the excess sapphires. You're really not going to need those unless you're keeping up burrs into a jaw or something, but I don't recommend that, especially if you're online. Just going to tank your trade value if you're trading. Now, not having a lot of amethyst would normally be kind of bad on a caster build, but since we're not a caster build, we're not really going to focus too much on caster crafts. Caster craft amulet could be good for an Amazon once you get like Enigma, but before that point, not super important. Okay, so we have at least one of each already. That's good. That means we also have some other topazes we're getting as well, and that can help you make like a 3 topaz helm or magic find. Since we have a Tarn helm, you don't really have to worry about that, but normally that is something you're going to want to look into. Tarn helm is just too good, man. Yeah, so we're making this Rags to Riches guide. So this is, we started with absolutely nothing yesterday, and we're just playing through the game and showing how you can farm and get rich effectively on an Amazon. This is being done on Players 1 Solo Battle.net on ladder, so it's on patch 2.43. We have mentioned Sunder Charms and Terror Zones, but they're not super relevant for the very beginning of ladder. But obviously, once you get to a high enough character level, Terror Zones can be quite lucrative, depending on the immunities they have in them and whatnot. There's definitely a number of Terror Zones you could farm even with a fledgling Jabazon. But you're going to need the levels for it to matter. Terror Zones are definitely a lot more effective as a leveling vector, but it kind of depends. Oh yeah, dude. Cows are amazing. Cows are one of the top rune and charm farms in the game. And of course, for the Amazon, it is her best shot. 100%. Travancore is also in that category, but not for the Amazon. You can also do Arcane Sanctuary, which is doable on the Amazon, but because you have lack of mobility on like Lightning Sorceress or something like that, it's a little slower. It just depends. What's up, Lamy? How you doing? If you don't play the people much, this is perfect, these Rags to Riches guides. You don't have to depend on anybody. You can still climb the ladder.
Hello.
Alright, here you go. Alright, so we have one of each, which is actually kind of useful. We can actually show you guys how to make a very high all-res amulet, which can be useful. Especially on the Amazon, where plus skills aren't as important as things like attack speed early on. And when you can't even find a free Java skill amulet anyway, unlike every other class, pretty much. Even on the Barbarian, for instance, a free Warfare amulet would be pretty helpful, typically pretty early on. Yeah, notice how we're just plowing through these cow runs here. This is another 3-socketed breastplate. You could use that to make another window. One fun fact about Nightmare Cows is that normal Nightmare Cows can drop up to Isrune. Elites and minions and whatnot can drop gold, and I think they can even drop Vex. May even be able to drop Ohm. I'm not sure about that though, I don't think so. I think Nightmare Cows is a level 64 area, so... yeah, I don't think they can drop that. I'm trying to remember what item level home is. I don't think so. Yeah, she can just live in here, honestly. Like, Nightmare Cows is such a good farm for so many of these really good items before you enter hell. These bases, these charms, everything. With Magic Find, you never know what we'll find in here. We'll find some very good stuff for sure. She just kills them so fast. So I do plan to spend a little while in here. You're almost level 58 though, so... Not gonna emphasize staying in here forever. Swapping out those extra javelins. What's up, Snugs? How you doing, man? Gotta say, it really feels good to get hit by cold damage and just not be frozen. Rhyme Shield is just very awesome in that way. Awesome. Okay, so it's leveled up again. Getting close to 700 life with maximum block. That's not too bad for max block. However, we're gonna see if we want to get closer to like 800 or 900 by the time we put all our gear on. That'd be a lot better.
I can't carry anymore.
Mercenary really hates lightning enchanted. Alright, so we just found some poison res and a small charm. It's not terrible. Res in general is not a bad stat. It's a good stat to have around. Keep picking up the jewelry though, because we still need better jewelry if possible. We do have a decent amount of chip gems, so you don't necessarily have to pick those up anymore unless you want to. But you can. And save them for repairing your staff later if you need to. Okay, I think...
Impossible.
I think we're good actually. Yes, so a superior base costs a lot more to repair. As a matter of fact, usually it's more efficient to just repair it with the rune, so like Ral in an armor, or on a weapon. Which means that you might have less of those runes for crafting or doing other things with them, so keep that in mind. I don't usually like making rune words in superior bases unless they're cheap rune words like Rhyme or something. Yeah, they cost too much to repair. There's faster run walk. Am I playing ladder? Absolutely. I'm playing hardcore ladder, and we're actually recruiting for teams. So exclamation signups if you're looking to sign up for a soccer or hardcore team. DM me that information that is required in there, and I will get back to you as we start to close in. I'll let you know, of course, once they have your stuff. It'll be good. We can repair that too. Why not? And swap that out. Okay, so...
Yes?
Like I said before, the main thing about getting to hell really is resistances and then making sure you have decent damage and whatnot. Maybe you have decent life as well. Not necessarily level, but level does help with all of that. And on Players 1 Battle.net, I like moving on around like level 60, because that'll give me some time to farm like cows or Eldritch and things like that in general. You might get to a slightly higher level than 60, but we're closing in on it already. We're level 58.
Hello.
Oh, oops. Alright. Road's Leg, Town Portal. Every time. Definitely like how in D2R they removed the penalty and made it to where you can open as many cow portals as you like, even if you kill the Cow King. I gotta say, it's definitely one of those classic features I don't necessarily miss. It's a base. Oh yeah, we found a P&B GC yesterday too. Yeah, normally when I make Enigma, I make it in like a non-superior base. I really hate the repair costs. I'm not a fan whatsoever of that. I think that sound is the mercenary leveling up. He doesn't even have max res in hell yet, though. I mean, a nightmare. No, e-bugging is no longer a thing in D2R. They removed strength bugging and ethereal bugging. They removed some of those more buggy mechanics in general. They also removed the unique shape-shifting attack speed calculation function as well. So now you can get attack speed on every piece of gear on a shapeshifter. There's a bunch of things they've done. With how much gold I get in Trav, you made yours with one with Edie. There you go. Hey, but that's gold you can't gamble with now. Yeah, I guess if you have a gold fine barbarian, you don't really care about draining your gold.
I can't.
One defense. Oh wow. 19 mana Lord Charm and 2-socketed Serpent Skin Armor. Set Amulet. Could be Tells. Owl Amulet is really the only set amulet that's worth anything. I know. No. Don't do it.
No.
Ow. Man, that almost hurt really badly, actually.
Impossible.
Almost.
overburdened.
No.
Angelic, huh? You know, Angelic would be nice if I was a lot of other types of builds, but not this one. We're also going to want to show off some other farms that could be quite good for an Amazon too, but if I'm being totally honest, on this character particularly, it really is hard to beat cows. Vendor farming and cows is all you really have to do. In addition to, you know, maybe crafting. Ooh, Catherine's rip. Maybe crafting, imbuing.
Not enough mana.
That's about it.
The order welcomes.
No, the shape-shifting druid is not tied to just the speed of its weapon anymore. That's correct. Yeah, they changed that. I have 2 Catherine's items. Isn't that what we always wanted in our life? More Catherine's items? Sure. Glacial Spike? Okay.
Good day.
How much gold are we getting anyway? We need more. Give me gold. I keep picking up those items that can roll those plus skills, those class skills. That's what I keep doing. Also looking at various items for the number of sockets to see if we can make rune words in them. 2-socketed and 3-socketed high defense armor is going to be good for a mercenary with like smoke and treachery before you enter hell. Same thing with 3-socketed helmets. Of course, we can put that on ourselves as well. Are there any GG shapeshifting builds? What do you mean by GG? Can it clear all content and kill Ubers? Yes. Are there any shapeshifting builds that are even half as fast as farming as a sorceress? No. So, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that question. You mean like with a new patch, are there like any builds that beat out what happened before? Well, it's easier to justify using grief now. So that's something. You can use grief, my man. Grief! I think we might have good enough builds at this point. I'll check some 4-slot rare builds if we find any though. Definitely some improvements we can even get as we progress through Hell. Don't have to get everything in Nightmare unless you're afraid of dying on Hardcore. Then you might want to be a little more thorough, as I mentioned before. That's about it, though.
Greetings.
The heck? The mercenary didn't already have an exceptional insight. This would be difficult.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, attack speed plus nothing. You can even get like attack speed like tri-res gloves like these, but with 20. You're definitely going to want to always pick up rare gloves, rare javelins, magic javelins. These things can be pretty huge. Okay, 68 fire damage. Crystal sword. I agree, man. It's the mood time. The other thing we want to imbue those circlets for is like mercenary helm. You can get a lot of res on a helm typically doing that. As much as cows are just amazing in this build, I think once we hit level 60, I'll do some Eldritch and Pindle to show something else you can do for a little bit. Since we have a lot of Bnet, Pindle and Eldritch are in a lot of ways pretty solid on this build. Cows aren't really... they definitely can make use of your magic find, but not as much as the super unique bosses can, so the fact that we have a decent amount means that we can definitely benefit from that. Of course, you could just swap out our gear to get more benefit from that as well. No, my charms are actually pretty solid now. Look at that, I got a perfect large charm yesterday. Isn't that nuts? Yeah. They were really bad. Now I have some like res ones. I got like a res life one. This one. They're not boo boo anymore. They're okay now. I would say that one charm alone kind of made up for the rest of them. I mean, you can definitely find something like a 15 all res grand charm or something by now, but those aren't common. Okay, that is a chieftain battle axe. Doesn't sell for anything, pretty useless. Okay. Yeah, one thing you guys will also notice now is Charge Strike is doing a pretty significant amount of damage. Just as you start transitioning into Hell, your Charge Strike starts feeling really powerful, especially with all this attack speed and more synergies. Leaving the mercenary to fend for himself against hordes of cows. This is why the mercenary has a short lifespan. Shailrin.
Impossible.
Look at that aim. Oh wow. One sorceress skill. That also had like SCR and res too. Like that would be insane for a sorceress. So, yes, sir. Yeah, charms ended up catching up to the items. Hammer cows, we found a couple of useful charms so far. I think we found this res one, we found a life one. Nothing too crazy yet though. The Nightmare Cows can drop the best charms in the game. You can get 20 life, 5 red small charm from Nightmare Cows. You can get upwards of 35 life skill GCs as well. I've even seen a Java one specifically from Nightmare Cows before. 35 life Java GC. You can definitely get the goods in here. You can stay in here for a while and fully farm it for riches. It's not just a hell transition farm. Charms are worth a ton, even if you don't want to use them yourself. There's plenty of other charms you can get you don't necessarily need. Alright, so... we already have a P and B GC, like we wouldn't need that. We could just trade that. Alright. Maybe a few more cow runs here. Never go wrong sitting in cows for a bit before Helmet. And then we'll do one more type of monster farm, and then we'll do a little bit more hell prep. And then we'll be good to go to start pushing hell.
Good day.
You want to get as much gold as possible. I don't really need the flawless skulls ever. One interesting trick is instead of refilling your tomes, you can just like sell them to the vendor and buy them back, and they're full. It's kind of neat. Drink. If I don't want to drink though. Huh. Pause it, Bo. You can get 4-socketed swords straight up for spirits. There's just a lot of stuff we can get now.
Yes? That's a great idea, Black Star. You know what? Oh wow. 40 attack speed. Got no quantity though. Only got 90 quantity on it. Doesn't have replenish, does it? No. You know what? Message me that idea. Make a 1 million point redemption. Just compensation. I love it. It's a good idea. Everyone else is like, what are you talking about? It's a little bit of an inside joke. What the heck? Another example of an item that would have been amazing to find on the Necromancer. Dude, we didn't find Necromancer heads this good on the Necromancer one. The quality of these Necromancer heads has been another 4-socketed partisan. You could try to outroll that insight if we want. I mean, insight's decent though. Yeah. So keep in mind with max block, when we run past monsters, you actually only have 1/3 of the block unless they're standing and attacking. Running has a block penalty. So running past a lot of dangerous monsters will likely just get you killed. Speaking of leveling a Javazon in single player. Well, we talk about single player in these Rags to Riches guides. I mean, I just uploaded Rags to Riches Amazon Part 1, so if you want to go through the game as an Amazon, you can listen to that. I talk about how you might want to increase or decrease the player counts on single player. Like right now, you can increase the player count for sure on like I would go honestly like P3 or P5. You could even go like P7 if you just want levels faster. If you're doing single player cows, 100%. You could find Titans doing this too. This is a highlighted message. The sky is blue.
No.
I think they're gonna be about as hard to find as Geed's Fortune, and you can only find them in terror zones, so. Yeah, I don't know.
No.
Yeah, I think Sunder Charms will be pretty difficult to find. It might even be harder, honestly, a little bit. Found 2 metal grids and no titans? What? What? Huh. Right, hybrid builds definitely might see a bit more action in the beginning for sure.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, hybrid sorks are really good in the beginning because you don't have to worry about the immunities, you can just kill everything. I'm a big fan of that approach for sure. If you want to do terror zones really early on, yeah. Without any help, that is. If you're willing to play with other people though, you can just go pure damage. Doesn't matter. Later in the game you can argue that pure damage is a better approach than hybridization now, but kind of depends, because a lot of hybrid builds are better at stacking magic finds, so. And then they don't have to depend on that charm, which requires other very specific gear just to make it work. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
That's what I talk about in my video. Exclamation notes, that video, the YouTube video. In my blog post, I really talk about how those Sunder Charms are highly dependent on other gear. You really need a lot of other negative res gear, at the very least Infinity, to really make use of them. Infinity's definitely really, really huge. Or Cold Mastery, I suppose, but no harm having both. Alright, so we just hit level 60. I think I'll do one more cow run just for good measure. See if we get anything in it. And then, gonna move on to another farm here. Show you guys another good way to prep for hell as well. And another farm that you can do, they can get you some really solid items that you can trade or do other things with. If you're on hardcore, when in doubt, you can definitely always play it slow. Oh, wow. 56 mana? Sign me up. Yeah, I'll take one fat, juicy mana charm. Thank you very much. Who needs a 39 mana charm?
Yes?
Mana! Can't wait to play Jabazon for ladder. I know. I played it last ladder, so I personally am probably not playing Jabazon this ladder, but yeah, I already got to 99 on one on hardcore, so I'm not gonna do that again this ladder, but it's a lot of fun this ladder. I can tell you, it's gonna be really good. Probably gonna do something a little different myself, though. I almost always start Sorceress, yeah. Let's see if we could get a sword to 99 this time for sure. We'll see. Honestly, it depends on what they do in the final patch notes. I can't say 100% for sure when I'm doing it. I want to see how it looks. All I can say is that this looks like a Sorceress's world for sure.
Yes?
I don't know, it's going to be a really fun time on a Sorceress if they keep it the way it is. In my opinion. You cannot make a cow portal Dark Humility with a wand and a word slig. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's go see if we can get anything else good in this run. We didn't really find anything too crazy in these cow runs, but man, we got so insanely lucky though throughout. It really doesn't matter too much. But you could always sit here and farm as long as you want and just get to a higher level. Boss blade, 2 sockets, okay. That's decent defense for a mercenary smoke if we can get another one. Oh, melee. Holy moly, really? Sounds dreadful. A little bit, yeah. Muy complicado. Doesn't sound good, man.
Impossible.
What are these? Dual res, faster run walk. If they're real though? It's not great. I mean, I think getting that cold rupture charm is going to be a lot tougher than I think some people think. We'll see though. Like, a lot of people were like, I'm going to start cold sword because I can farm anything. Price of cold rupture charm, 1 burn. Because everyone's playing the same build. RIP! May as well buy the Infinity. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be that bad. Cold rupture is going to cost 20 burns. I gotta say, man,
I don't know.
No.
Think so, huh? You don't think everyone's just gonna play a cold sword? I mean, Sorceress is always an amazing choice, though, in Diablo 2. Honestly, in a lot of ways, the Terror Zones don't really change anything in that regard, so... We'll do what they can, you know?
I can't carry anymore.
Meow, meow, meow. Okay, here we go.
This is my expert commentary right here.
Meow, meow, meow.
Alright, so we're level 60 already.
Level-wise,
Not much of an issue. However, keep in mind, if you can get higher player count in single player,
you can very easily get to like level 70 on player 7 before you ever enter hell. If you want, that can just make it a lot more comfy for you.
You know, honestly, I think Hurricane Druid is actually really strong now with that charm.
No.
He's like Doom.
I need a heal. Impossible. It's locked.
I'll pick up a key.
Remember to get those clickables as you pass by them. That's how we got the Tarn Helm. And yes, Magic Find applies to items that drop from clickables.
It does. It does, it does, it does, it does, it does, it does.
Well, magic ones are totally useless, and the physical ones... they're not totally useless, but like... I feel like the number of situations when you want to use those isn't as high as it should be. It's actually pretty low. So yeah, we found another Forsaka and Partisan in here. You might have caught that. So if we didn't already have it in the side base, Nightmare Cows is almost certain to give you one within like 10 runs or so. So you get some really nasty RNG. Well, once again, I feel like these are issues that most people are talking about and voicing their concern about, so they might fix them before they release the patch. I wouldn't panic about them not fixing them, because typically that's why they do the PTR, to like figure out what issues are with what things. But I mean, I'm not gonna say they're gonna fix it for sure. I'd say there's like a 75%, 80% chance that they do. Because that is very unfair to like trap sins and summon druid and things like that. Hydra. That they have a mechanic that just doesn't apply to their abilities. That is supposed to be increasing build diversity. Like that just makes you not want to play this build until... Oh. Dude, no one's gonna play Assassin unless they fix that. I feel like Assassin's gonna be such a dead class this ladder. Oh man. Yeah, if they don't fix that, it's gonna really be bad. PD2 on a private server made negative res apply to minions and traps and things. At one point. It's not that hard to do. It was like that for 3 seasons on Project Diablo 2, the biggest private server in Diablo 2. So what you're saying is patently false, sir. However, it's okay. You might have just not been aware of that. 4-socketed Gothic plate. Okay, so believe it or not, this can be a very useful item. This is why you want to pick up stuff with sockets. I'll show you guys how that can become useful in a second here. Oh, you played it from season 1. You just didn't know he did it. Oh, okay. How adept were you at reading his 33 pages of patch notes every time he came out with them? There's always a lot. True. Facets never boosted cold damage on Ravens, but Facets and Griffins and whatnot worked on traps for a while. He eventually took it away, though, because the traps were doing too much damage.
What can I do for you?
Let's see, that's just because of that mod, though. See, it's a little different. Alright, so I feel like we got some pretty solid cow farming in our system. And remember, if you want to prevent yourself from, like, if you're afraid of dying or something, losing all your gold, just put most of your gold in a shared stash. And now what we can do is, if you want to farm Eldritch and Pindle, I'd recommend getting some faster run walk. If you found a code rune by now and a 4-socketed bow, you could even make Harmony to run to Eldritch and Pindle faster on your offhand instead of using a teleport staff. However, you can use fast run walk and magic find for the most part. As a matter of fact, for this purpose, we might just go down in attack speed frame because it doesn't matter that much. Slap on some magic find, and then see what we get. Yeah, that's pretty good, I'd say, for now. You could put on your perfect topaz helm if you had more perfect topazes. If you need to upgrade flawless gems into perfect gems, you can use a gem shrine for that as well.
Neelathog's home away from home.
You can see here now we have like almost 200 MF, so what we can do now is we could only farm just Pindle and Eldritch if we wanted to. Or just either one. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to farm both though. For a little bit. Pick up some nice rare exceptional items and plus skill items and whatnot. Senpai's book and made Vengeance do. You know, I'm kind of curious why they didn't even attempt to reform Vengeance at all.
I can't carry anymore.
I don't know if they ever will, actually. We'll see. That's definitely one of the skills that could have used a bit more help, you would have thought.
It did a lot on a lot of the other skills, just not that one. Physical Sunder Charm, I think the biggest benefits would be Boson with Atma's Scarab and Throw Barbarian with Lacerator. Yeah. And I kind of talk about that. Like I said, I have a 2-hour video blog if you want to listen to some high-end analysis. Really high-level analysis on the Sunder Charm change. You can listen to my video while you're doing something if you want. Some of you guys are definitely asking a lot of questions about them or kind of curious about how they work. I go over like practically everything I can think about how they're gonna like impact the game. It's always a fascinating conversation though. Alright, so at this point what we could do is we could get one more level. Might use the spare skill points. Yeah, I don't know. Let's look at 1,100 damage. We're gonna lose damage once I take this off, though. Because we're probably gonna use smoke with the lum rune I found, farming the tower. So we have res in hell.
Neelathok's home away from home.
Notice how fast it is to kill these bosses, though. It's just insanely fast. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. Dual res and life. That's really nice, actually. And it's a 4 slot. Which is something those other belts are not. Yeah, you know what? Let's get some extra strength. And put those in the decks. I think that might be worth some extra strength right there. Yeah, it's better than a lot of that stuff, for sure. And the big thing is that it's a 4 slot belt.
Afternoon.
That's the big thing. Didn't put that away. Well, I have a guide for it for physical Java. Yeah, 100%. You just need a little bit of gear for it to become more viable, if that makes any sense. Why'd it go to Area Plateau? Don't know why I did that. Oh,
hello.
Dude, Fire Druid was already kicking ass with the cooldown changes. Visual Druid's gonna be insane if you get enough negative res plus that. Oh yeah. Oh, I keep going Area Plateau. Okay. I think my brain's on Thresh Socket autopilot or something. Wow, 3 Lightning Sentry Claw? Okay. Dude, if that was 3 sockets, that'd be an awesome Plague Base. You could also use the Teleport Staff if you want, but just gonna waste a lot of gold. Can't make you farm Pindle a little bit faster, though.
Good afternoon.
The Tribrid Foe Paladin? Yeah, it's a really strong build, man. I really like it. I haven't had time to, honestly, man. I've been doing other stuff. I want to try it at some point. And the reason why I want to try it is because it looks like it could be a fun challenge. I'm glad more people are learning about it, though. Oh no, I've been advertising it in my stream, too. I think it's cool. It's rough? Yeah, I know. You guys enjoy it, or you think it's too hard?
Or do you like the challenge? Because I know a lot of people like the challenge, you know? Yeah, for people that always want more challenge in Diablo 2, people always forget, you know, there's mods that exist. If they do feel like the game is getting easier with the current changes, which I don't really think it is, you know, I think there's a lot of hyperbole, but even if it was, like, you know, there's always other versions of the game you can get back into. If you feel like you're like an expert player and you need higher levels of challenge, there's always ways to do that. So Pindle and Eldritch always drop 2 items of magic quality or higher, and farming them, magic finding them is a pretty solid approach early game. I think I'm just gonna farm them to level 62, and then I think we're gonna do some final showcases as to other things you can do to push hell. Yeah, notice how you can get some really nice rare items too from them as well, like that belt. So like, yeah, there's some very nice things you can do doing this farm as well. No, what that means is there's a base % chance that you find an item at 0 MF. So you can find any item in the game at 0 MF. Negative 200 means that I'm assuming that you have a even tougher time finding unique items, if that makes any sense.
Oh, Neelathok's home away from home.
I am overburdened.
Okay. No. There's no way to find Sunder Charms yet, my man. They even ended the PTR today. You couldn't find them anyway, though. They never allow you to find them. They said how they're going to work, but they didn't actually allow you to find them. Which is interesting. Nah, that's okay. Another angelic halo ring. Where's the angelic amulet?
Oh, Neelathok's home away from home.
Ow. Okay. Like I said though before, like cows in some way though, like unless you have as much MF as I have already, like cows is gonna be your solid nightmare farm for sure. Like it's by far the best farm on Amazon. I do want to make sure I emphasize that. I mean, there's other farms like these that you can do, and it's good to do them. We do have a decent amount of magic find, which makes them even better, but it comes down to brass tacks. It's tough. What item am I looking for? We're just getting experience. Showing some farms you can do that can help you get better geared up for hell. And just we already did the vendor farms, and arguably the vendor farms are like the most important for actually being prepared for hell. And then, you know, Nightmare Cows and Eldritch and Pindle can get you those levels, can get you... Yeah, I mentioned that, and that is something I'm going to want to explain when we get to that point in hell. We're not pushing hell yet, though, so... Don't really have to talk about it too much.
Oh, Neelathok's home away from home.
Yeah, Jesse B kind of has the right idea. Oh man, if that was 40 attack speed and 2 jab skills, that'd be nice. Okay, so we're almost done farming monsters, and we're gonna start prepping for hell. We're gonna have show you guys a little bit, a few more things you can do to prep for hell here, and then it's time to push, baby. That Umrune and the Tarn Helm is helping a lot too, so we actually have some things that are going to be quite useful here.
Oh, Neelathok's home away from home.
We got all the way through Hell Den, yes. But now we're just doing some farming at the end of Nightmare. Showing how you can better prep for Hell. It's okay, I guess. I actually currently don't have any of these skills, but I will start getting them pretty soon here, though. I'll get them with the plus skills I get in Hell. And so, yeah, you might want a Valkyrie and some other things too. They'll help you out a little bit. But you are pretty tanky, though.
Neelathok's home away from home.
So we already created a tentative tier list, so we already have tier lists set up. If you guys want to see what the tier lists look like tentatively for actually it's the wrong, just a second, let me update that. The command tier list technically is updated, so those tier lists there are updated for patch 2.5 so far. They're likely, though, to change some of that. So that's why I haven't officially released that, because if they come out with something in the patch notes, it's like, oh, it does actually work hybrid. Then that will actually be not that bad, if that makes any sense. I did find a Mavs belt. Yeah.
Oh, Neelathok's home away from home.
It's not that bad, Jesse, but yeah, it's like D tier or something. I don't know what it says on the tier list currently. Let's see. Yep, Summon Druid is currently D tier. Yeah, it moved down a tier. Maxwell's tier lists have like down arrows and up arrows though, so you can actually see what happened since the last patch. You can click on late game, ladder start, density destroying, elite, uber, and chaos, and the terror zone tier list. That is what they're likely to look like. Those are drafts that will go live on Maxwell, barring no changes. If there are changes in the patch, then we'll be modifying this. Alright, so you can get a sneak peek at them if you want, though.
Good afternoon.
They don't look as cool as the ones on Maxwell, though, so it's gonna be the same thing, though. I am,
At your service.
I do a lot of the tier list stuff on Maxwell. Of course, we verify them and finalize them as a group, but very, very good stuff. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, yes. Blind targets, GG. That's what we call some big-ass copium right there. No, I'm just kidding. Summon Druid's S tier. It blinds targets. Alright, so let's start prepping for hell a bit. So what we're gonna want is we're gonna want attack speed. I'm gonna actually go with attack speed cold res, actually. I'll go with the faster run walk boots. I'll go with this, actually, because I get 4 slots now. We can combine a lot of these into full Jews if we want as well.
But you can also just keep them how they are for now. Okay, let's see. We could use another FHR charm. That's something we can do. Recovery is kind of nice. Nope. Okay, so for our own personal armor, we're going to make smoke, which is Neph Lum. And so we found the Lum in Nightmare Tower. Cows often drop like Ko and Lum runes though, but we didn't find any from cows. We only did like 10 runs though. How is Smite S tier? Just for Ubers, right? Yeah, pretty much. It's just the most consistently effective build, even with no gear, at killing Ubers in the game. And Ubers is just such a good way to get wealthy. Like if you watch my Rags to Riches Part 2 Paladin, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's really nasty. Smite's just too good. It's too good of a skill, really. That's all there is to it. Yeah, I mean, you can check the tier list individually, and you'll kind of see, like, on the Ubers tier list, you'll see Smite's on S tier, so that's kind of why it is also overall. Kind of is like that. Alright, here we go. Now let me know if you guys have any questions, and of course you guys can ask questions about that if you want. Or, of course, about what we're doing on Rags to Riches Amazon here. Alright, Neph Lum. So, Smoke is 20 hit recovery. Same as Peace, actually, which is cool. But it's 50 all resistance. This is definitely the approach, if you ask me, on hardcore. You definitely want to go Smoke. Treachery is also decent, but it's not as consistent. You're definitely going to want to make sure that you are stacked with res. And now, if you can see our res, it's very close to 175 for all, which is exactly what we're going to want. We do lose the slow missiles when struck, though, and we do lose the 2 Amazon skills, which does kind of suck because that means that our dodge chances are lower, and we're likely to get hit a bit more often as well. So we do lose a little bit of survivability, but the trade-off is that our resistances are really high, so now we're not going to get one-shot by a lot of things in hell. It is not hardcore, however, in general, when you want to push through the game, you don't want to have a very painful time pushing through the game, so I do recommend getting res if you can, like, you know, putting a res. Alright, so another thing we can do here is you see all these gems here. You can make a prismatic amulet. You might be asking, what is that? What is a prismatic amulet? Well, no, we don't do hardcore for build guides.
Let's deal, my friend.
Okay. So prismatic amulet is when you take a blue amulet and you put one of each colored gem in. You don't need the skull. You press transmute. And then you get an amulet with 19, somewhere between, I think, 15 and 20 all resistance. So that amulet there is 8 all res better than this one. This one has life leech. The mana leech doesn't do much unless we get more damage on the weapon, but it's actually a pretty decent upgrade there to our current amulet. And now you'll notice that our res is actually starting to look pretty solid. Yeah, we might not even need that charm anymore because our res is actually pretty good. And now we have pretty much almost maximum res. Yeah, you can also get rings of a certain single res using a blue ring and a perfect gem. Yep. There's definitely other recipes you can use as well. You can also go caster amulets if you want plus skills maybe, but not really needed on Amazon. Do you need a perfect amethyst for that? I don't even think we can make one. I'm not gonna bother. Caster items have cast rate on them. Remember though that you need attack speed and not cast rate, except for your teleport staff. That's the exception. Besides that, it's pretty solid. Interesting. Very interesting. Yes, it's very interesting. We have maximum cold res. So remember, max res is 175 in hell. So max cold res is nice because all that cold enchant can be very dangerous. I guess we could try to make that better insight if we wanted to. You don't actually have to make lore. Of course, you always can now. Lore is old or soul. Let's see. Where's the Ral at? Okay. So what happens when you don't organize your stash? Okay, Ral. Turtle Soul. Ew. That's a little worse, actually. Oh, we ended up making 2 insights. You could even make another one if you find more soul runes. But it's not a priority. One thing to keep in mind is that Ort plus Chip Gem plus the Charge Staff, or even plus the Lower Resist Wand, will give us all of the charges back. And we can even upgrade our Lower Resist Wand and buy a new one in, like, I think level 70... what is it? Level 73? You can get like a level 2 lower resist one. We might already be able to get a level 2, but I'm not sure, and that can actually make it more effective. Not super important to really worry about yet, but you can do that. We talked about the gloves, Jesse, for sure. We're not going to sit there and farm that for an hour, though, so what we have for now is fine. We could also just get Death's Belt, which would be amazing, but I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, so... Also, now that you're leveled up a bit, you can use your Imbue quests if you want. And then see if you can get like a good mercenary helm, or a helm that could be good for yourself. Our helm's pretty good, but... mercenary might be good. And we're also going to want to upgrade the mercenary as well here, so... We got our attack speed, we hit that 52 breakpoint, we got some mana, we got res, life. Got a faster run walk, which is also really nice. Even helps to have a little bit of strength, and we have a lot of res. Ew. 1 sorcerer's skill with mana. That's not good. What? Oh, wow. Oh, damn. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. The only thing that I kind of don't like is that I just lose my magic find straight up, but I get faster run walk, though. Oh, man, I can get faster run walk. Maybe I'll just use this for pushing through hell. Look at that. So we just imbued a circlet. So this is why you want to imbue right here. This is a good example. Don't usually get a good example in a Rags to Riches run, but 1 Amazon skill, faster run walk, which is a really good stat. MDR and all resistance. Yeah, I mean, the Tarn Helm, honestly, this is something that you're gonna want to use for like when we're starting to magic find bosses. So we'll hold on to this. I think I'm gonna use this just for running through hell because the faster run walk's gonna be really nice. Also,
for the sake of demonstration, you can imbue boots. We have Sanders though, so we have a lot of faster run walk, and we have Dex for max block, so our boots are pretty good. I wouldn't worry about the boots too much. Better to imbue circlets, because you can get really good helms like that one. See? So we can actually use our socket quest that we still have. Now, you can save it if you want, but for the purpose of like just progressing, if you just want to progress and get some more power, you can get a socket in that. And then whatever res you feel like you're lacking, you can just like put that rune in there. So we're going to put an Ort rune in there. And then now we have 43 light res. So with this, we'll actually have slightly less fire and poison res, but we'll have more lightning res and about the same cold res. And we'll have more faster rune walk, so that's kind of cool.
No! Hylena!
That's actually really cool.
We rich.
We are rich. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that amazing circlet. That's actually really cool. So, and then this is going to give us our Cannot Be Frozen. And even without Tarnhelm, strangely enough, we still have 35 MF from this and this. So, still have some magic finding. Just having anywhere above 0 is kind of nice. So having that faster run walk is really good. That's going to help us just move through a lot smoother. Now you might be asking, how do we make the mercenary got his ass absolutely handed to him in hell? Now, to be honest, it's going to be hard to prevent. He's going to die. It's just going to happen. But the best stats on the mercenary really truly are damage, some source of life leech if you have it. We don't. I don't think we got any life leech helms or anything. But getting res in general is just really effective. Now, if I had another Lum rune, I can make him a smoke, and then he has 50 res, which would be amazing. But we don't. So what we're gonna do instead is do something a lot more quote-unquote janky or ghetto. All right. This is the way. This is how you put res on your mercenary when you don't have items. All right. So believe it or not, there's a way to get the mercenary 30 all resistance very easily. Remember how we were farming nightmare cows for bases and we found this 4-socketed gothic plate? Well, one thing you could do is you could save that for perfect topazes. You can hell it and put perfect topazes in it later if you want magic fund on your armor. However, for now, if you just do that, 30 all resistance armor. There you go. And that, believe it or not, goes a long way. Now, it's not the perfect solution. His res is still going to be kind of crappy, but it's okay. Now, when we're fighting bosses, we might want to use the G face.
You, my man.
Yo, 30 months. Member of Xana's attack squad that goes to the machine, the Arcane Disciples. Chat, spam those eyes of Xana in the chat for Wisecrack. Spam those eyes of Xana in the crack, in the chat for Blue 420 as well. Get them in there. You look gorgeous. Oh man, I know. This is a imbued circlet. Yeah, that's really crazy actually. It's really sick. Really sick stats on that one. We needed that res too. That's like really nice. Chat, spam those eyes of Xana in the chat if you can. Too bad we didn't save the Umbrine for this one. We could have gotten 28 all res on it. Would have been nuts. Alright. So remember when we also picked up this 3-socketed mask? Well, funny enough, all these runes we've been picking up, they can all amount to something if you want them to. And so you can also put even more res on your mercenary. And so once we go to hell here, let's check our resistances in general. So we're pretty much ready to go at this point. So you'll notice that our personal resistances are almost 75 in hell. We have almost maximum res in hell. So can we give a round of applause for the Zon? She made it. She made it to hell. Look at that. We went from rags to perfect res in hell. Without trading or doing anything hard. All we had to do is farm some vendors. Farm a couple of other things. Heck, we even got a lot of mana too. On top of that, which is really nice. Considering how mana consuming Lightning Fury is. So there you go. So now in hell mode, we're ready to go. Now the mercenary you'll see still has 47 all res. Ugh, he's gonna die. 100%. Not anymore. All you have to do is stack some resistance runes and some socketed gear.
I'll put that to good
And
use.
even the mercenary's got max res, except for cold. I'd say cold's like the least important for him to have. I mean, he'll get more res as he levels up. He'll get more cold res, but
I'll put that to good use.
that's pretty good. So now he's almost got max res too, and that's going to allow him to also survive to some decent degree as well. And so with all that, we got attack speed, we've got res. That's all you really need. Got at least 1+ skill in the helmet, and then we even got some faster hit recovery as well. And we got maximum block. 700 life, which is good as long as you have res. This amount of life, if you only had like 40 or 50 res, you can get one shot very easily. We could still get one shot with this, but it'll be a little tougher. We're gonna need some more DR if possible too. Before you start pushing on hardcore, I recommend you have like around 800 to 900 life. So I'd recommend maybe farming a bit more Nightmare, getting some more life charms or something. But for this, perfectly fine. We can also imbue one more circlet in hell as well, if we want to just imbue it for fun. And we can imbue other stuff in general. Yeah, we don't really need that, but we got some lucky FCR res amulets for sure. Okay. One thing to mention too is if you needed even more res, look at those boosts. They just don't have faster run walk, and faster run walk, as I mentioned on the Amazon, that really lacks mobility, is a really good stat. So that's all it basically comes down to. Yeah, there's also another 3-socket crown here we could put topaz in as well. So we pretty much did our due diligence, right? Did some vendor farming. We found some stuff. Found a lot of stuff. You can farm that lum from Countess using Io runes, or you can farm it from Nightmare Cows. Get some res runes, keep all those res runes. You can even make a prismatic amulet to get all res on your amulet very simply using a very basic cube recipe. If you're lacking res rings, you can also use cube recipes for those. Get your cannot be frozen as well, so you don't get slowed down while running or while attacking. And now you're feeling pretty good, you know. You at least got like 700 HP. And with maximum block and dodge, it'll be pretty solid. And so now we're in hell. And I would say we are ready to go. Hey, Wisecrack, thank you so much for Xanifying Rionat, making him a member of Xana's attack squad. The Ghost of the Machine. The Arcane Disciples! Chat, can we spam those eyes of Xana in the chat for Wisecrack? What a beast. Alright, so now it is time for the more fun part of Rags to Riches Amazon Part 2. We actually push hell. So we're going to push hell. And we're going to talk about what we can do as we push hell, and we can talk about the farms that are going to be effective on a fledgling Amazon as we continue to push. So, map generation and everything like that, we went over that a little bit in Nightmare, but we mostly went over that in Normal. And now we're mostly going to talk about kind of how you can survive, what kind of to look out for. So auras in general, amplify damage. If you're on hardcore, you just want to clear that off if possible using a Kara. Paladin has cleansing, which is always nice. Notice that our damage is really solid, though. You only have one plus skill, but with maximum lightning fury and everything, we're still doing almost 1,000 damage. Now, if we took this off, look at our res without smoke. Yeah, that's very bad. That's why I like to have smoke or treachery. Treachery would do too, but we didn't find a Lemrune, so there's a way we can farm for a Lemrune though, if you're looking for the attack speed on treachery and the res boost from getting faded and whatnot. Treachery is better than smoke, but it's not as reliable as smoke, so in hardcore that could be a problem. It means sometimes you might not have your res, and that's very dangerous. Oh wait, we already did Den of Evil, didn't we? We did. I guess we were just demoing how to do Den of Evil again. Yes, so we did that in our Hell teaser at the end of part 1. You can catch that there. We're going to continue to push through, though, in Cold Plains. I forgot about that. Okay. Okay, so one thing to keep in mind is you'll see there, that's an immunity. If there's lightning immunes, for the most part, we just want to skip them. Do not engage them, and if you're amplified damage, be careful. If you take a lot of damage, you can just die in one hit from like an extra strong monster or something. Careful. There you go. Offer a sub and seems not to apply. It applied. Just fine, Sir Wisecrack. How you doing, man?
I am overburdened.
Would you socket the... If I didn't have the Tarn helm, I think I would make a 72 MF helm as soon as I got more perfect topaz. I wouldn't put the topaz in this, because for the sake of pushing, I can always use hell runes and then put one in later. Just by unsocketing this and socket something else in it using hell TP scroll. But I'd probably just make a 72 MF helm. For pushing, having all these resistances is very nice. Having as close to max res as possible is just really nice, even on softcore. It's really gonna make your life so much easier. Ethereal rare armor, wow. Mercenary really needs those res though. You notice the mercenary is actually able to take some damage. That's because he has resistances. Resistances are the most important stat for surviving in hell. More important than max block, more important than my dodge even. Even if I didn't have those things, as long as I had resistances, I'd stand a fighting chance. There's a flawless topaz, so you need those if you wanted to make any more MF items. Aha! Lumrune! Alright. Well, with the Lumrune, what we can do, we can upgrade the Mercenary. And once again, that was from a clickable, and you'll just see how powerful clickables are when you just pass them by. Right, so now we can make a smoke for the Mercenary. Someone observed that in the chat as well. 100% the case, indeed. Did I? Thought I had a better 2-socketed armor than that. Well, I guess it's okay. Maybe I sold it on accident. Eh. Alright, do I have another Neff? I think I do. I think I found 2 of them. So now we have 2 smokes. Smoke is amazing for the Mercenary too, as I mentioned before. And we will do that. It's literally the best use of a Lumrune at this point in the game, especially for an Amazon. You're not going to find a better use. Alright, cool. So, more defense.
I'll put that to good use.
And now, you'll notice that he has 69 all res, even if I take off this helmet. So that means in a few more levels, he'll be at maximum all res in hell. Now, you might ask, why don't I just leave that on until he has max res? Well, I could. But 69 res is pretty good. I think we're just gonna put the G face back on.
I'll put that to good use.
And now he has a lot more damage again. There you go. Lumrunes? Got decently lucky with the Lumrunes on this run. Sometimes you get the Lumrunes, sometimes you get the Lumrunes. Sometimes you get the Co-runes. They all can help us out, but... Alright, so there's a lot of lightning immunes. You'll notice that like some of the zombies are, or some of the skeletons are. Just leave them alone. You don't have to kill every monster in the game to progress through the game. That is probably one of the biggest misconceptions even I had the first time I ever played through Diablo 2. It's like, what do I do? Do I have to, like, kill everything? It's like, no, you don't. You don't at all. Definitely not. My teleport stuff. Okay. Okay, that was dangerous. Multi-shot Might Aura Archers. Those things can kill you. Now, the good news is that we have max block and we have dodge. So you might have noticed there that we were blocking the hits and they weren't hitting us. This character, once again, is insanely tanky even without a ton of health. As long as you have res, block, and dodge. Not going to take damage very often, which is good. We can just continue to do this. She really has like the safest path through. And if you can get even more life and whatnot, it's just crazy. The thing to note is if we get the Anya quest res, we'll have maximum res for sure. We won't even need as much res as we have.
I am overburdened.
We can replace it with more magic find. Okay, what's this one? Alright, nope. Unravelers, sweet. Oh god, what is with all the Might Aura, man?
I can't.
Thanks.
Now, notice the mercenary would have died there if he didn't have good res. The surest way to keep him alive is good res. The surest way to keep yourself alive is good res. The Mishapens are lightning immune. Leave them alone. You can break their lightning immune with the lower res one, but they still have so much lightning resistance that it will take you a really long time to kill them. Wouldn't bother. Not at this stage of the game. You're gonna need more negative enemy light res, and honestly, a Sunder Charm is a much better approach if you can ever get one of those. Not gonna worry about that though. Okay, here we go. What's that one? So we're gonna try to kill elite packs as long as they're not immune. And as we continue to progress through the game, so we can continue to level up. Okay, so found the waypoint. Look how much damage we do, it's just crazy.
What a strange looking tree.
This is hell mode. Yeah, you don't need plus skills, what you really just need is attack speed. The attack speed and just the power of your abilities, the sheer power of your abilities are gonna carry you. Maintain maximum block. Get more life. Okay. Yeah, lower res is really good. You can also get Plague on an Act 5 mercenary, that is true. Does require a champion though. Look at all these minions. I didn't even notice those are all minions. Okay. Right, down they go. Alright, found the scroll. I'm gonna do Tristram. I really love this additional faster run walk on this circlet here. Okay, that's right, lightning immune. Don't worry about the lightning immunes too much.
It's as if a great mirror.
Now that we're in hell, we're gonna start leveling a lot faster again. More lightning immunes. Mercenary's gonna punch in the face. Nope, didn't die. Okay.
Deckard Cain, go to the rogue's camp without delay.
Notice how I almost hardly ever take damage. If I do take damage, especially when I'm amped, I'm likely to almost die in like one hit. But I can just heal it up, so. This is the power of new dodge, avoid, and evade. Mercenary was amped though, and he's not as tanky as I am, so. Free ring! Dude, the rings I've gotten from both Akara and Ormus have been a joke in this run. But the good news is that we found decent rings elsewhere. And res is more important on Zon rings as opposed to a lot of classes that want faster cast rate. I've already talked about that, but it is worth mentioning again.
Good evening.
Alright, so make sure to pick up that word slig as well. Cow level, kind of like with the Necromancer, the cow level is one of the Amazon's premier farming areas for riches in hell mode. You're definitely going to want to pick that up and start getting going on that. Continue to advance. Notice how I can just like face tank monsters like it's crazy. It looks like from my health that I'm not tanky at all. You might be thinking, like, I have 700 health dark ability, I die all the time. Well, there's a difference between 700 health and negative or zero resistances and zero block and no dodge percent than, you know, having none of those things and 700 health. Big difference. Difference is massive, I would say. Not even close. Okay. You'll notice that having that max cold res means the cold enchant won't hurt. Cold enchant and fire enchant get really dangerous in hell. Especially if they have conviction over on top of it. Oh, look at that. Alders. Nice for a druid. Don't really need that though. Alders. Most druids don't even really use Alders, but it's something you can do. Mostly just use Alders boots, honestly. Maybe someday they'll improve the Alders set. I feel like the weapons is really bad. It's better now that you can upgrade it, I guess, but still not great. Alright, so did we get our Black Marsh waypoint? No. Alright, this is the part of the run where we go looking for a waypoint for 30 minutes. Alright, so the first really effective farm in hell, you know, besides may or may not be effective terror zone wise, is going to be Countess, the Forgotten Tower. Now, the only lightning immunes in the Forgotten Tower are the archers, and you don't have to engage them. You can just block them and move past them. So, Countess is really good because she's not immune to lightning, nor are her minions. And you can farm T-keys there, which you can sell for Ubers or use yourself once you get stronger. And you can farm up to Isrune very reliably from her. So if you want to farm your Lemrune for Treachery, this is the best way to do it. And if you want that higher attack speed frame and whatnot, it's a very solid approach overall. And notice the Mercenary is
He's dying, but he's surviving in general. You know, he's providing a useful function. Key really is making sure you give him those resistances, especially when you're only level 63, because his resistances won't be very high. Okay, here we go. Stygian Plum requires way too many stats. Not likely to be good either. Oh, what the heck? Dude, I was looking for this on the Necromancer, man. 3 P&B amulet? Wow. We just gotta trade a Necromancer, chat. Look. We find a Necromancer to trade with. 1 P&B skill, 3 P&B skill. Hooking them up, baby, hooking them up! Easy mode. What's up, Trina Lee? This is Rags to Riches Part 2 for the Amazon. Part 1 is already on YouTube. If you missed it, all the Rags to Riches for all the other classes are already on there. Having a cleansing aura is nice, so it's always nice, bro. Where the heck? I told you I was gonna be looking for a waypoint for an hour. Okay, guess not an hour. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually farm Hell Countess a little bit here. I'll show you guys how this looks. Once again, the only immunes are archers, and they don't tend to get in your way as much, so you can usually just pass them up. Oh, you know what's interesting? I guess my light res is almost maxed out even without that, so I guess I'll use that 13 life charm instead. Yeah, I guess we can have 74 light res. I think that's fun. Not even on hardcore, so. Well, even on hardcore, I think I would do that though. I mean, just having the extra life for surviving the one shot. Our life is still kind of low, so. I mentioned that before. Like, you can definitely take a big hit and die, especially if we have amplified damage on us. Now, once you get into hell, you might also notice that there's like elite and minion monsters everywhere, so it's really easy to kill them along the way and level up. Yeah, Countess can drop up to Ist. In Rags to Riches Necromancer, I actually found a couple of Ists in here. Demoing the Countess one, which is really sick. I don't think that'll happen again, but it's okay. If I find a Lemur in it, that'd be great.
Thanks.
See, the mercenary almost died there. We're getting full Jews as of Act 5 area at Plateau and beyond. So you don't really have to pick up the regular Jews anymore. As a backup. So in general, it's pointing this way, so we're still going to the left. The tower gets bigger every difficulty though. Keep that in mind. It does become a little bit difficult. It takes a little bit longer to traverse the tower, but as long as you know how to read the map and you read it exactly the same way, it won't take that long to find the exit. Windhorn the Tagged. Hey, thank you so much, guys, for all the support. Wisecrack, you're a beast, man. 30 months. I hope we gave some really ones for sure. Don't ever buy an Acer Nitro for a gaming laptop. 10 months and it died on you? Damn. So lightning bills in general are really good for Countess, and look at that, she dropped another Lumberin. Lumberins trade very good early on, so if you want a farm where you can trade for runes that people are really going to need, you can literally just sit here and farm Countess. Lightning builds and magic builds are the best types of builds to farm Countess with early on. Poison builds are decent as well, but ghosts are highly resistant to poison, so it's like the mercenary died from the lightning enchant, despite having almost maximum light res. That's a rare throwing spear. You can check that one. No, okay.
So yeah, we can start checking the throwing spears and the javelins. We'll check the we'll check all that fun stuff.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're gonna max out lightning strike, and then I'll actually get some more defensive skills too, so you guys can know how to use those as well. Defensive skills are, I mean, you can see how tanky we are, right? So she's not in as desperate need of defensive skills as other classes like the assassin is. Like the assassin without the defensive skill, she's pretty she'd be very hard to play. Not quite the case with this character. Alright, so I'm gonna go farm some more Hell Countess for a bit here. And see, all that prep and Nightmare and getting that Lumrune and everything allowed us to be very tanky and allowed us to not, you know, we haven't died once already. I mean, we might die at some point in here, but in general, you can see that we're strong enough to where we're not necessarily going to. Okay, that's a little scary. We're not going to be dying constantly. We're going to have a pretty good time. And if you had around 900 health on hardcore, you're doing pretty good. I wouldn't recommend doing this farm yet on hardcore though. I'd recommend getting more levels because this area is very dangerous, especially with archers. On softcore, it's perfectly fine though. And as you can see, it's fairly easy. Sometimes we do take some damage though. Full lightning enchanted, so dual enchant is normally very dangerous, but because our resistances are so good, it's actually not going to kill us. Unless it's conviction, and then we're going to die. No resistance. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the archers don't hit us too often, that's a good thing. Blood waters, sweet. So, see, now we got full juice. You can also just full kill the mercenary all the time. So even if he's about to die, not bad. Now keep in mind that when you teleport on your teleport staff, you still have no block, and you have no res. One thing that you might want to consider if you want to do farms like this in the long term is farming a teleport charge amulet or circlet for from Geed. You can gamble one. So if you can get a decent amount of gold from selling things, use an edge bow, maybe even get a Geeds at some point, and then farm for those. You can use a teleport amulet, and using a teleport amulet is nice because you don't really need FCR on this build. So if you do that, you don't have to swap to your staff here and then put yourself in jeopardy. And it's just a lot smoother too, because then you can just teleport and attack, and you don't have to weapon swap. You're gonna want to do that. Your blood will boil. I don't believe you.
Good to see you.
Okay. Your random ass lightning damage. Okay. So you notice in the tower we're actually leveling pretty fast, and that's not a coincidence. The monsters in the tower are a much higher level than us right now. Wow, we got lucky on that. Nice, nice tower placements right now. So the tower area levels are between 75 and 79, which means the monsters can also be up to level 82. We're only level 65, so we're almost 20 levels lower than the monsters. In the pit, that's even more pronounced. Yeah, look at that.
Took a couple of hits from those archers there. That archer is extra strong. So we took like one or two, pretty much dying a couple of hits from that there. Yeah, it's no joke. If we were amped, I think she could one-shot us with that. Well, you know, Mercenary got absolutely destroyed. No big surprise there. I think we're gonna find Titans? Oh man.
Good day.
That'd be a pretty good time. Then we would have to farm for treachery so we can get the attack speed there and use Titans. And then we don't need the attack speed on the weapon. There's a lot of crafting recipes you can do besides caster ones though. You could do like blood rings, which are perfect ruby, soul rune, and jewel plus a ring. This can get a lot of life and a lot of res. You didn't have enough soul runes to do it, but you could do it. If you only have one monster you're attacking, if there's like an isolated straggler, Charge Strike is always going to be your best friend. It's crazy damage to a single target, especially now. I'm abusing my Merc again. Yep, Alpine. I know, dude. What's up, dude? Yeah, whatever, one pump jump. It was definitely not that. Alright, straight ahead, looking for left-facing tile. It's probably just over the wall. There you go. Now, the good thing, I guess, with the teleport staff is we still have dodge even though we're offhand. That's all we have. There's an Aya rune. You notice that in general, the wounds from Countess are higher than Nightmare, and Nightmare is higher than normal, and so on. But she can also drop L runes too, though. Anywhere from 0 to 3 from her standard rune table. We'll farm her a few more times here. Kind of curious to see if we can get a Lem rune off of her. I don't know if it's going to be easy to get that, though. Shield, Fool, Lemon, and Armor. We won't have as reliable resistance, but with that attack speed boost, that's pretty insane stuff. And we can even have damage reduction, too. Not required, though. You don't need it for anything, so you don't absolutely need Treachery, but... Oh, wow. Lightning enchant with Conviction. If there's any enchant with Conviction, I would leave it alone. Elemental damage. He's lightning enchanted, which means he also has a lot of lightning resistance. Monsters that are lightning resistant, you can kill them with Charge Strike if you want, but it'll take a while, so... kind of up to you. You can kind of clear out the minions and get most of the experience anyway. Even if you don't kill the elite. Especially if you have an experience run. Oh god. All I see is Conviction and Archers. Ugh. I'm gonna take damage often. Picking up all his full juice might come in handy. How many times will we abuse our mercenary this run? I don't know. What times that I can count? I'm amped now. Oh dear. You're
It just gets more dangerous every difficulty. Oh, look at that. Found a blue monarch. If we found a white one, we can make a spirit out of that. But for that to be good, you might want to find another source that cannot be frozen. Okay. Yeah, look at all these levels we've gotten in here. I think we'll farm it 2 more times after that, this, and then we'll move on to the next farming area in Act 1. That's gonna be pretty good.
I can't.
Yeah, we're gonna die here. Oh, shoot.
Well, since you have max block and all that fancy stuff now, in a lot of ways it's actually just better to stand your ground unless you're amped. So that you have maximum block. Remember when you're running that you lose your block, so... If something's coming at you fast, just stand perfectly still and attack. That is how they don't hit you. Might seem counterintuitive, but running away is actually going to be increase your chance of dying by like 3-fold. Okay. Unless you're standing in the fire. I'm not here for a bloodbath. Yeah, look. If you want to see how tanky I am, this is a very good illustration right here. Most characters, if you have 762 health, they would have been done like hours ago. So this is what dodge plus block gets you right here. See how tanky we are? That's a good demonstration there of how tanky we are right there. Archers are supposed to kill you extremely fast. So I have no problem. Is Novasaur to farm good to farm Hill Countess? Yes. Yes, lightning builds in general are very solid against Countess, so you can start lightning or Nova against it and you're good. What's the best player count for farming keys? Usually in terms of like kill speed and not dying and having good chance, I would say players 3. If you have a really powerful build though, there's no reason not to go like player 7. Still get benefit all the way through player 7, Frosty.
What you need?
Frosty the Snowman. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh ho ho. Let's go kill her like 2 more times or something. Where's that Lemurine, Countess? Come on now. I guess you could drop another too. I can put that in my helm and then I'll be invincible. I'll even have stacked res against Conviction. Now we have finally reached the same level as the monsters like outside, pretty much. But obviously the monsters in the tower are so much higher. You know, I found 2 Ists in a single Countess run on my Rags to Riches Necromancer Retainer. I don't know if you saw that, but... you know, as lucky as you got, there are ways to get even luckier. That's all I'm gonna say.
I am
Sometimes... wow, yeah. They weren't both from Countess. One of them was. The other one was from, I think a clickable in here? I think so. 40 maximum stamina. Even 37 MF is kind of nice, though. We'll notice, though, we're not finding as many uniques anymore. We definitely aren't using our MF build at the moment. When you do any of these types of farms, though, it's kind of up to you, you know, if you want to reduce your survivability and put on more magic find. And Countess can drop things like Maras, so could be worth it. I'm not gonna visually demo that here, but I mean that's pretty straightforward. You pretty much do the same thing you would do against Andariel. Or you can not even swap out your gear, you can just swap it out permanently, but just keep in mind that if you lower your resistances and things like that too much, you might die more than you want to. And at hardcore, that's not an option, so don't do that.
I can't carry anymore.
Another thing that sucks on weapon swap is we don't ever cannot be frozen currently on weapon swap because it's on our shield. Riftsin is like a medium expense build. It's not cheap. Yellow. Hey, there you go. There's one of the riches right there. Keys sell for a lot on day one. Since this character needs a little bit more to really get going for Ubers sometimes, you might just want to trade these keys, but if you find these keys, terror keys and D keys especially are very nice to trade.
Good day.
Those are good. Now just drop the key. Cool. So now that we got full juice, like, you really can just start keeping up all of your small juice if you want. Make a lot more space in your stash doing this too. Make sure to keep up your gems too. You don't even need Nature's Peace necessarily. However, I will say that the Javazon, unlike the Necromancer and the Assassin, Assassin's like the easiest way to farm D keys. The Javazon D key farm is not amazing with this level of gear. You're probably going to get wrecked in a lot of cases. It's unfortunate but true. She's not the strongest like day 1, day 2 D key farmer. She can blow up the whole room. That's an advantage. But Nullithok is often lightning immune, and if he's lightning immune, he's just gonna blow you up. And unlike a cold sorceress, which can just reload the game if it's cold immune, you do that on the Amazon, it just takes a while to teleport there and everything like that. Doesn't mean we can't demo it for the sake of showing that it's a possible farm, but it's not one of her strong points for sure. It'd be okay though. Yeah, honestly, the Assassin has the best tools for DP farming with no gear. Ow. See how much damage we took there by running past them? That's all the block we lost just by running past them like that. Better to stand still, but I didn't know they were there, so they're right on the entrance. You can get you like that sometimes, though. Finally closing in on 800 life. And Cloak of Shadows prevent Nilithok from casting Corpse Explosion. Well, it can prevent the witches or any archers from hitting you. And Death Sentry will prevent him from casting Corpse Explosion, so... yeah, it's pretty effective. I think it also reduces the range in which he can see what monsters to explode. Not sure, though. That's a technical question, but I did notice it's a little bit easier, though. Cloak of Shadows is nasty, bro. Yeah, soul, wow. You know what? In celebration of all those soul runes, we'll use one to make a lore for no reason. There you go. Notice that this item is pretty nice, so even if we didn't get all these helms that we found, 2 mana per kill is actually a really good stat for Lightning Fury as well, so that helm is just really good. And then the other one, I'm gonna make a Bloodcraft. I think I got enough rubies. Yeah. Need a jewel. Let's craft 1 ring. Let's see what happens. Good day to you, partner. I'm Geed. Oh, 22 MF ring. I can keep that for more MF. Then you have 2 good MF rings. Aww, it only has life leech. It doesn't really help until we get better stuff. Okay, well anyway. I tried. Alright, so now that's Hell Countess. As you can see, Hell Countess is even predisposed to drop even more of those good runes that Nightmare Countess can. And since you have a good build for farming Hell Countess, it's very, very solid to do that for sure. Alright, so we can increase our damage further. Haven't been putting my points in, rip. Okay. Awesome. Notice that our Pierce chance went down a little bit too. That's okay, as long as we're still like in the 60s, it's pretty solid. Really only need 5 points into it. You can put more into it soon if you want to once you get to a higher level. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to follow the road to the Outer Cloister, and we're going to go to the next area, which is the first max level area that you would want to farm, and pretty much one of the only ones besides certain terror zones once you get high enough level. And that would be the pit. Now the pit also has lightning immune monsters like the tower, but you saw that we were able to shred the tower pretty easily, right? So most of the density isn't the archers, so as long as you ignore the archers, farming the pit on an early game Jabazon is not very difficult. And if you can get the player count to at least P3, you can get tons of drops in there. And any item in the game can drop in there, so honestly the ceiling for riches is as high as it goes. In the tower you can find high rings too, but even if you don't, those quill rats can be nasty too. Any kind of like physical damage missile in Diablo 2 tends to be very dangerous. But normal ones aren't gonna kill us, that's for sure. We're gonna need something better than that. Okay, so yeah, lightning immunes, curse. It's like more fun over there.
So, this is the site of Andariel's atrocities.
We're gonna go push through to Act 2 pretty soon here, but first, I'm gonna show you guys some pretty awesome farms for Amazon here in the early game.
Welcomes you. Good day.
Gotta do them rags to riches farms at least a few times. So we're gonna farm the pit a few times here and kind of show you how it goes. Not gonna farm it too many times, but it's also amazing for leveling because the monster is such a high level. So one of the paths leads up, and the other path leads to the pit. And even with this level of gear, you can farm it. You gotta be careful though, because the monsters are very high level. Yeah, see those archers there? Yeah, don't mess with that crap at all. Skip the archers. They're immune to lightning. They're also the most dangerous monsters, so engaging them, not always advised. Just checking to see if there's monsters over there. So density in the pit is usually pretty solid overall. Kind of depends on the layout though. And you can get high runes, you can get all kinds of stuff in here. Heck, you could even find Griffin's Eye in here. We farmed the pit quite a few times and didn't find it on my grill, but it's just on me, so. Item is particularly rare, but that would be the best in slot helm. Here we go, chat. Time to find griffins on the Rags to Riches Amazon. We've been finding such amazing helms. Time for the most amazing helm. Let's go. As you can see in general, it's pretty easy to kill monsters in here. You can really turn up the player count even too. You just really have to watch out for those archers. Especially if you turn up the player count. Monsters get more damage too. Titans is so much easier to get from bosses than the pits, but yeah, sure. It's an obedience base, I guess. Yeah, those are archers. Wormhide, that's an elite armor base. 3 sockets, damn. Doesn't have a lot of defense. Ordinarily, you could use that for like treachery or something, but we're probably just gonna sell it. Yeah, pit until griffins. We're gonna be here forever. Oh, fire, cold, and lightning enchanted. If I didn't have all my res good, that would have hurt pretty bad. Okay, this one. All those lightning bolts infused with all 3 types of damage. Imagine if Griffin's drops. I mean, I welcome it. Come on, baby, give it to me. I want to show the people some real riches here. Once you get Griffins on the Amazon, the game's over. Heck, if you had Griffins plus a Sunder Charm, it's already game over for your Zon, man. It's like easy mode. You know, it drops in one of these dimensions. I don't know if this is the dimension though.
So, This is the site of Andariel's atrocities.
If you repeated this Rags to Riches run like 100,000 times, there's a pretty good chance it'll happen once or twice. Is this that universe though? Ow. Oh, it's a multi-shot though. So he took so much damage. Alright, I'll farm it a couple more times though. That last pit was actually kind of nasty because it had a lot of archers. Tarnhelm, Gold Wrap, Nasal Ring, G-Face. And Skill, Faster, Run Walk, All Res, Circlet. We're in that universe. Patriarchal Javelin. 2 Javelin Sphere skills, no attack speed though. I'm really curious, can we wear this? No, it costs 107 strength. We want to use that to a much higher level anyway though. If you respect for that, you'd have no HP. Or you'd have no block. Yeah, look at this mercenary beast shit, man. Oh, mercenary's got max res now. Okay, yeah, sweet. Mercenary's crazy. He's got like 1,000 damage plus deadly strike. Pretty high level deadly strike. He's got insight from crit strike. He's got both deadly strike and crit strike. And he's got the crushing blow. Teleport over the wall. He's attacking him. Notice how fast we're leveling in here, it's kind of crazy. We are literally like 20 levels below the monsters in here.
Greetings.
We found a Tarn Helm. We're actually not even using the Tarn Helm right now because we found another helm that's kind of nice for pushing. So I'm just going to use that. We used the Tarn Helm a pretty long time anyway, though.
Hello.
Alright, so we'll farm the pit one more time for good measure.
So, this is the site of Andariel's atrocities.
Yes, that is correct. You have to gamble coronets, go lad. That is 100% right. That is how you get diadems. You have to gamble coronets. So if you want any chance at all of getting Griffin's Eye, you have to gamble coronets. Oh! Come with me, mercenary.
Life on Midgard. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Dang, we're gonna be level 69 already, pretty close, pretty soon. It's pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy, yeah. Farming the pit. And you'll notice that most of the monsters are not archers, typically. So, typically. You can just farm everything else in here. And it works pretty well, so if you want to farm a max level area, this is a great approach for sure. Remember though, once you get to level 83, any area can end up being an 85 or above area. You farm a terror zone. There are certain terror zones that are good for lightning builds, even with no gear. Maxwell will have a terror zone tier list that will also show you guys strong elements for builds, so you can know which ones to go to or which ones to avoid if you're not one of those elements, or if it just has lots of those amines. Oh, we got another Lumrune. I don't need that, but I mean that is kind of cool. I mean, I always talk about how you can trade stuff that you find, so, you know, we do rags for riches in a vacuum somewhat, but, like,
What you need?
you can trade. Rags for riches doesn't require any trading, though, so you don't need that. It is also demoing it for single player to some fairly large extent, but not completely. Alright, so that's enough of the pit farm. The waypoint's over to the right of a fountain, so we're gonna go over this way. We're going for Holy Freeze. Holy Freeze is good for progression. I did mention how it's not necessarily good for cows and gathering them in there. That's about it.
I can't carry it anymore.
Other how it just gives you a little bit more survivability.
I can't carry it anymore.
Oh shoot, lightning immune. Run!
The sisters would be glad to have this back.
Ooh, what's that one? No.
Alright, GG. Alright, so we can take one of our white circlets here. Can't use socket circlets.
So you can take the damaged one though.
Doesn't matter if it's damaged. 1 to sorcerer skills. 25 strength. Well. Oh, there's another, there's an all-res ring. I don't think we need that,
I
though.
can
We have enough
already
res
tell
also.
that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
I guess we can keep it just in case, but Top AM Zach. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xana Day.
Greetings.
Okay, so maxed out Lightning Strike. I'm actually gonna start getting some more defensive abilities too. Show you guys that at some point soon here. Not yet. Charge Strike benefits even more than Lightning Fury does, though, from these synergies, as you can kind of see here. Never a bad thing, though, just to put some more into there. Trying to roll a CTA. Okay. A CTA, huh? What are you trading for, man? What realm? PC? Yeah, I like how people ask for a trade in like a random chat, but then they don't say where. Where is it, man?
What nightmarish tortures took place here?
Well, someone's supposed to know how to trade you, man. PC, softcore or hardcore? There's a lot of realms, man. There you go. Alright, PC softcore. Alright, sweet. I'm also assuming ladder, but who knows. Alright, so jail, straight ahead, straight ahead. Jail's easy. Now, I love killing pit spawn foul dog, but once you get to hell, he's immune to lightning, so he's kind of a pain. I nailed it! I know. Awesome. I don't have an ohm myself on softcore ladder, otherwise I'd just give it to you. Not at the moment. I also play a lot of hardcore, so typically I don't have that one, but that's okay. You removed immunities. Not quite. Watch this video or listen to it in your spare time if you want. I give a full breakdown of this change. It's called Sunder Charms. You don't have to watch the video. You can also just look at the document for the notes, the spark notes on it, what it does to the game. Blah blah. You did not remove immunities. They created another means by which to break them, which is arguably the easiest way to break them,
This place is eerie.
while also providing even more power in the late game for elemental builds particularly. Does not work on traps though. Unless they change that. I swear I'd be so surprised if they didn't, you know, adjust that though. Alright, so we're back in the catacombs. Now, this farm is not one of the Javazon's best farms. As a matter of fact, because of the lightning immune afflicteds that can spawn right on top of Andariel, I would say that out of all the classes that can farm Hell Andy, this one probably has some of the most problems. But you do have Charge Strike, and so boss farming can be decent depending on how it spawns. We'll farm some Hell Andy to show you guys how it works, but Hell Andy can drop Shaco. It's the first faster boss that you can use to farm Shaco.
Nightmare Bale can also drop it, but it's pretty slow. You never know, maybe we can just pop a Shaco. 20 months as a member of Xana's attack squad, the Goose of the Machine. The Arcane Disciples. Chat, spin this out of Xana in the chat. Yeah, so they're all lightning immune, so even though they can't really kill us, we can't really kill them. Your light res is bad, beware. Those things hurt. These things hurt bad, man. Let's find the waypoint or something. Let's get the waypoint. Oh god.
Thanks.
Mercenary is having a ball over there. As you can see though, overall the mercenary's been doing pretty good. Really, the most important principles on the mercenary are damage and res, and then life leech. You get damage reduction is a good stat, which is why treachery is good, because fate gives damage reduction. Alright, Catacombs 3. We already went over all map generation. Once again, I'll mention that again here in part 1. So you'll want to refer to that in part 1 if you want to know how I'm navigating the maps quickly in general. We're not going to go over that again. Catacombs doesn't really change in different difficulties. Alright, so you see this issue here? Yeah, you can see the issue. 3 P-Comb. You'll notice that the mercenary is also perfectly capable, though, of killing them. You can lower resist them, and as you can see, I do so much damage that if I lower resist them and they don't have maximum light res, I can kill them. But it's still annoying and it wastes time. Alright, so this is the part where you might want to swap out some magic find. We also just found a 3 Paladin combat amulet. That would have been crazy to find on the Paladin rags to riches. Damn. I don't know what to tell you, man. Sometimes I just find them on the wrong characters.
Yes?
No, it actually means more use for Infinity, because now the Sunder Charms break the resistance, the immunity first, which means all of the rest of your negative res gear, including Infinity, stacks on top of that. You get the full effect. You don't get the one, it doesn't only have 1/5 effectiveness. You get the full negative 85 res. So Infinity in any way is actually even better. However, you can also argue it's less necessary, but it's better. Does that make any sense? Like, it's less necessary, but it's even better. No, it does not currently work for traps. I'm just gonna use the basic approach. Let's just use Tarnhelm. I'm not gonna stack as much MF as I could, but I'll stack some MF. Don't go too crazy with the swaps either, otherwise you're gonna drive yourself crazy. Oh, slapping her with the wand. Ah!
This maiden shall inflict no more anguish.
Oh, wow. Damn, chat. That's a pretty good find off of the quest kill on Andy there. Alright, chat, name that Pokemon. AKA, name that Diablo 2 item. What is it? Unique shark skin boots. I know what it is. I know what it is. Allow me. I mean, that's what it is. Water walks. Yep. 15 dex too, so... What's interesting about this is if we put her points into strength next level, I can wear this and get even more block percent and get 57 life. Yeah. Now, the drawback here is that I lose... yeah, water walks. I lose some faster run walk. But we still have 40 with it. I might use that, actually. Yeah, I mean, that's with maximum block, health scales insanely hard. So if you get 60 life with maximum block, that massively raises your survivability. So we might use this. I think we might use this. That's kind of cool. That's a good find. Nice drop.
Hello.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now. So go farm Andariel a few more times. Hell, Andariel is pretty awesome, especially if you can get up to players 3. She can drop pretty much everything, like Oz, War Traps, Oculus, Scolders, Shaco.
Now that
Okay. And the more MF you stack, the better. Now, this is decent MF. But keep in mind we can stack even more. We have that. We have... Where's the other MF ring? $22 MF. There's the other one. There it is. Nature ring. So we can actually stack on all this MF right before we kill her, and we can get full effect on it. We can even stack gold wrap too. So we can actually put all this stuff on and then finish her off. And then bam. And I think next level I'm actually gonna put in I'm gonna put in the 5 strength so we can use this without losing my belt. It is not the sandstorm kicks, it's the water kicks. Sandstorm would be pretty cool. Honestly, I think I'd rather have this one though, because since I'm a max block build, Dex and Life is amazing, so. Too bad we can't use the maximum fire res on it though. I don't have enough fire res at the moment. I have to get 80. Now, look how strong Charge Strike is. You don't even really have to use lower res. This is how strong our Charge Strike has become. Oh wow, she dropped like nothing. What the heck? Well, there's players 1 Andariel for you. Sometimes she literally drops nothing. She'll drop like 2 items and call it a day.
Hello.
So our MF right now is about 200%. And so picking up all these MF items has really been nice. Swapping them all out.
Yes.
Just found an essence, which is 1/4 of a respect token. Can keep those. Flickering Flame plus the Sunder Charm for fire. Oh yeah. That combination is amazing. On any fire build. What's up, Seranito? Seranito, how you doing, man? What's up, dude? Continuing the Rags to Riches Amazon. Right now we're demoing Andariel farming. Mercenary has so much damage with the G face that I don't even need to do anything there. Normally I might have to help the Mercenary. Do the lower res one, I'm just gonna do it. Oh, nice. Kelpie's Snare. Why do I always find that in, like, almost every Rags to Riches run? I love it, though. If we were doing Ubers, Kelpie's is amazing. But even if we're not doing Ubers, so Kelpie's can actually make it even safer for us to kill these bosses. You throw that on the Mercenary instead of Insight. And then, well, I guess I'll just show you guys. Tal's Amulet? Angelic Amulet, wow! We actually found Angelic set too. Oh man, talk about the perfect combo for like a kicksin. Like, we got it going on now, man. Look at that, baby.
What?
Okay, so... Rags to Princess, got it going on. Alright, baby, so here you go. This is Kelpie's Snare. 75% slows target. Alright, so I'm going to show you how to use this bad boy. I mean, you could use the Strength as well for a more crushing blow, but G-Face and Insight's a pretty solid combo. Let's explore how this item works, though. I like how that circlet looks on her. She's got like a purple, like, ethereal headpiece thing. I can't wait till they fix that stupid bug. Okay, they're gonna fix it next patch. Kelpie's Snare, not being able to swap the weapon out from the Mercenary. Alright, so we're not gonna use Insight for a bit here, we're actually gonna use this. And it's amazing. If he even touches Andariel, just her attack speed's gonna slow to a crawl. She's gonna have a very hard time hitting us. I don't think we have enough perfect topazes to make a 3 topaz helm anyway. Now keep in mind, a farm like this, you're gonna have to use quite a few... Ow. Farm like this, you're gonna have to use quite a few teleport charges, so you're gonna need gold. Or you're gonna have to use ore runes. So, taking care of your gold after you kill an Andy, selling those items for gold, can be very useful, but because of how tanky we are, we're really just able to go up to her charge strike and kill her. And that's really where her boss killing strength really is that most classes at this point in the game are going to find the bosses a lot more dangerous than the Amazon will. But they can also typically get to the bosses faster. Amazon is a little bit of a slow. It is a little slow. Think of her as kind of like a tank, right? You know, the best analogy to the Amazon class, especially as you just play her at this point in the game, and just starting to go from rags to riches and do those farms that are going to get you to those riches and get you those really nice items that we keep finding. Once you get to that point, the best analogy for this class is a tank. So just imagine like a World War II tank or something, alright? You know, she's got tank treads, you know, her teleport speed, you know, tanks move very slowly, right? But like a tank, she's got crazy armor, and she doesn't take a lot of damage. But she also deals a ton of damage, also like a tank. That's kind of what kind of class she is. She's a tank. And if you like playing that kind of thing, you're gonna like playing the end. Alright, let's see if the mercenary can hit her. Yep, the mercenary hit her. Look at her. Look how slowly she's attacking. And she's still attacking really slow, even though the mercenary died. Lasts a very long time. With 200 magic find, boss farming would be pretty solid. By pretty solid, I mean really solid. Like getting that 200 magic find there is pretty nuts. And you know, sitting here would be nice. I do argue though that Mephisto is a lot more effective than Andy. And once again, those afflicteds get in the way of Andy. Mephisto, you can just jump over the river or the moat, whatever you call it. I guess it's a moat. It's a moat. It's a moat. Anyway, however, this is pretty effective. We'll farm her a couple more times here, and then we're gonna start pushing Act 2. And in Act 2, unless there's a terror zone of certain kinds, there's so much lightning immunity. There's no 85 areas you're gonna want to farm without like getting higher and getting into those terror zones later on. So what you're gonna want to do is you're just gonna want to push through Act 2 for the most part. There is one exception though, and that's Arcane. Arcane's doable on a beginning Amazon because there's no lightning immunity in there, so you can farm high runes and charms and jewels and things of that nature in there, which the super chests and the ghosts are very good at dropping in there. However, it's one of those areas that if you don't have mobility, it's gonna feel kind of slow. I usually just recommend Arcane on Sorceress, but it's definitely a change of pace if you don't want to only do cows or like pit and things like that, for really good odds of getting those particular items I just mentioned. Yeah, it's gonna be really good. Alright, anyway, I hate how it keeps unbinding my teleport. Sometimes you just gotta rebind it. I think they're fixing that in patch 2.5 too to some extent. We'll see. Is it better? How do I feel about Trapson? Trapson, I mean, I made a Rags to Riches Trapson. Trapson's still got an amazing path for riches, especially through D keys. And eventually, once you get to a higher level, even doing Ubers very easily. The only problem is Sin. Ow. This Conviction Aura. Rip. That's why. The only problem is once you get to like mid or late game, your Trapson's gonna feel so much weaker than every other character that gets Sunder Charms in Infinity. Because they don't work on it currently. I hope they change that. Wow.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Trapson's Sin is still an amazing starting character. I mean, I think she's super underrated in that regard. Okay, so this is why Andariel sucks, basically. We didn't really get a good example of that until now, and that's the good example, so. You can kind of just lead Andariel away from those if you can, though. Just gonna take damage now for free.
swap out all the EMF here. Don't die if you can avoid it. God, I almost died. Stupid monster, man.
Hello again, Outlaw.
Now, one thing to note is this might also take a toll on your Jews, so you might have to go like back to farm some Jews in like Act 1 Hell or something. Here and there when your gear kind of sucks. But this is also why things like boss farming aren't necessarily the best. Mephisto's a little bit easier though. Also, the mercenary doesn't always die to Mephisto. Okay. Jose Winky Face. What's up, bro? What character am I running in the next ladder? I don't know. I might run Lightning Sorceress even in the beginning. That might be fun. One thing that's interesting about Lightning Sorceress is that Crescent Moon, if you can get your hands on the charm pretty early, and you get Crescent Moon, you're gonna destroy the game. Crescent Moon Crystal Sword. Okay. Those are okay. Oh yeah, didn't I want to put some points into strength so I can... Yeah. Cool. Oh, interesting. You can kill them. It is possible. Well, it's annoying to do it, but it's possible.
The Sisterhood welcomes you.
Wait, am I amped? Oh, yeah. Don't fight the bosses with amplify damage. No, 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 no.
Good day.
No, 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 no. Alright, chat. Let's do it. Oh, you could also swap out your MF boots, too. I guess they're not using your boots. That's okay. Alright, so we're actually going to use water walks now, because why not? Look at that. Dang, look at that life boost. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Oh hell no. I'm good. Okay, we got Kelpies on her. Get wrecked. Look how much weaker she is with Kelpies. It's and another one. Not gonna pick that one up, but suffice it to say, those essences are kind of nice. We almost found Wither Spike right there. Oh wow. Close. Oh, I almost killed it just firing at her. Okay. No! Beware of dying in a fire. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Alright, sweet.
Alright, I think we killed her enough times. I think you guys get the idea. It's not a bad farm. We even found an item doing that too. We found kelpies, which is kind of neat.
Oh, hi there.
Oh, hi there. Yeah, we found... Oh, we also found water walks from her too, yeah. This is what MF gives you, man. Like, MF is a snowball. All these items we have now. Like, I don't know... I think my Sorceress Rags to Riches is the only other one that I got, like, a significant number of, like... really... high caliber uniques. Okay. Well, we don't need to use kelpies against most things. This is a boss killing weapon because it just slows his bosses to a crawl. It's really safe, and it makes it really safe to swap out your MF gear too. Yeah, it's 75% slow is just insane. Okay. Yeah, it's some next level stuff. Okay, so very cool. And now it's time to push our way through the rest of the game. We will talk about Arcane as we farm it and find our way through, so I can show you guys how easy it is to clear Arcane. But unless any other area is a Terror Zone, you're not really going to want to touch it. Let me try to think of what area in Act 2 as a Terror Zone would be pretty decent. Hell Rush is 2, maybe. I think Dry Hills might be fine, not sure. I don't know, one of those two. It's on the Terror Zone tier list. It's gonna be published on Maxwell. It's also on my backup document, my draft document. All right, anyway, here we go. Let's do this shit. Oh wait, let's go to the sewers. Okay, so charge strike damage is getting a lot higher. Still putting points into that. We're level 70 now, so that's pretty cool. Alright, let's go kill Radamant. Get her free skill. Almost looks like Nightmare. Remember, we were doing the same thing with Lightning Fury and Nightmare. Isn't that crazy? Lightning Fury is just such a crazy skill. Alright, so as you can even see, Hell progression for the most part isn't as challenging as the normal progression was. Once you get to this point, I mean, you're doing pretty well. Also, we got these water walks now too, so this is pretty nice. Look at these items, man. You don't have to be this geared. Yeah, I like to emphasize that. A lot of this stuff is unnecessary. And as you've seen a lot of the gear we've been able to farm using other methods, we have backups upon backups. However, it's pretty cool. Means we actually have a decent amount of life with our max block now, so should be pretty tanky. Yep, for sure. That is a very good rotation. We haven't really gotten to that rotation. We talked about it in Nightmare. Oh shoot! Ah, it's all pretty good. He doesn't have extra strong, whatever. Oh, I guess Lightning Fury was a bit more effective there. Also, the Mercenary is absolutely crushing him. It's because he had too many monsters around him. Alright, sweet. So notice that our Lightning Fury damage isn't really going up too much. It's mostly Charge Strike, but that's good because Charge Strike is definitely one of the ways you can easily finish off those bosses and those super uniques you're going to want to farm.
Good day.
The other thing is that what we can do pretty soon here is also get some additional defensive skills. And we'll show you guys how to use those as well. I think we might put one more point into Lightning Strike, and then we'll go down here, and then we'll go down the defensive skills, and we'll continue Lightning Strike, or Power Strike, whatever. So we're going to do Power Strike now, Power Strike Synergy. I get all those synergies. Alright, so... yeah, just keep in mind, we actually only have +1 Xana skill period right now. So we don't have anything fancy at all. More skills can make you even stronger, of course. Alright, let's go find it on the edge of the map somewhere. We're gonna pass up a level 85 area here called the Stony Tomb. Stony Tomb is chock full of lightning immunes though, so that is a no-go. Also, there's a decent number of lightning immunes in ancient tunnels as well, so yeah, the 85 areas in Act 2, yeah, they're a little difficult for sure. You haven't died yet in Hell, so that's a testament to how well we prepped in Nightmare. And yet you can prep more in Hardcore, and I even recommend it, so... I'd prep more in Hardcore. I get 900,000 life before I step foot in Hell. And I'm not farming any tower. No Countess, hell no. That's way too dangerous. The beetles are immune to lightning. I'm just skipping them.
Thanks.
Jump over the wall. Now you might be wondering, since the Magulator is almost pure lightning immune too, and so is a lot of stuff in Act 2 in general, how are we going to get past the Magulator? If you haven't watched the other Rags to Riches guide, you're definitely asking that question. But the question is very simply answered. Basically, the power of our defensive skills and dodge. Even though we're teleporting slowly, that teleport staff is going to get us there. Alright, so we found the Far Oasis waypoint. May as well look for Magulator. Let's find the hole, baby! I like how someone in the chat just asked that exact question too. I was just narrating and I didn't read chat yet. You're probably wondering, yeah, even chat's wondering. Okay, well, here you go. And we're making a YouTube video, so I have to say, you're probably wondering how the hell we get past this. Well, that's alright. This is where your teleport staff comes in big time. So we're literally going to want to abuse the crap out of it in here, and we're just going to want to get past it. All we have to do is get that staff and get out. Nothing else matters. Where's the hole?
Ay, story of my life. Can't find the hole, man. Holes are nowhere, bro. Hole's a myth. Oh my goodness. Get off him, bro. I know. It is always fun when you have a baby character and you're every major gear upgrade, every major gain is just really nice. I like this mana ring. See, the reason I'm using 100 mana ring is it's so good when you have meditation. See, the problem is, like, if you don't have a lot of mana on your Amazon, you lose mana so quickly from Lightning Fury because it costs a lot of mana that you can't regen it very quickly unless you have a lot of mana. Oh, any, like, charm that just gives, like, 56 plus, like, a ring that gives 100 is gonna make your regen so much better when you get to, like, 300 mana. It's gonna mean that you're actually not using a lot of mana potions. Obviously, once you get Infinity, you're gonna need, like, Mana Leech and stuff once you get, like, Titan's Revenge and things like that, but you don't need any of that. See, look, it was, like, on 1 pixel. 1 pixel. Just like in real life, all the holes are, like, 1 pixel, man. 1 pixel wide. Can't do nothing with them, man. It's hopeless. Okay, here we go.
How do I?
There we go. All the caves, all the holes, all the everything. Yeah, we found water walks from Hell Andy. Yeah, it's pretty sick, right? Alright, so let's continue. Alright, so you're literally just gonna use the teleport staff. If you have a teleport amulet, of course, that'll be even better. If you have to kill something or if you get stuck, you can just weapon swap and kill it. But remember, you can't kill any of the beetles, so... Going to the right. Go to the right. And remember, if you know to go to the right from the entrance tile, it's the same in all difficulties. Make sure you don't run out of teleport charges, so kind of watch it a bit here. I'm gonna repair it with an Ort Rune and a Chip Gem in a second, though. Alright. Might wanna... Those aren't beetles, we can just kill them real quick. Let's see, that's not beetle. Okay. Lots of locusts in there. Fire and cold. I don't recommend standing direct from the top, especially if your reds are bad. It'll blow you up. Alright, so as you can see, the Maggot Leer isn't that painful as long as you do that. You know, this teleport staff, you know, besides just going over some walls, really ends up paying dividends in hell. Because you can jump over all the lightning immunes. Remember, we just farmed that normal, so... Don't need to worry about that later on. It's going to be very nice as long as you progress that way. And so we'll actually demo the repair recipe here. So if you want to repair charges on a charges item like a low resist wand or the staff, you just go bam like that and you're good. It's crunch time, baby.
How may I help you?
What's up, bro?
Good evening.
Power of Xana compels you. Let me see if I can farm.
Approach and let's
I
try.
don't remember what level it requires. What character level is it for level 2 lower resist? You can improve our lower resist one too.
Greetings.
Once you get to like, I think it's like level 70 or like level 70 something. You can get a lower resist charge one that's at level 2, and level 2 lower resist is a lot better than level 1 lower resist. Teleport doesn't matter whatsoever, so that's not gonna matter. Charges don't even use mana, so that's the only thing teleport would give you. Was a higher level. I think it just ends up costing more to repair, actually. That was a level 1 Poison Nova, which tells me that it's probably also still level 1 Poison, or lower resist. I think I have to get to like level 73. I think so. Okay.
There's nothing. The right
You're gonna want to get a level 2 lower resist one though when you can. At level 93, you can get a level 3 lower resist one, but you're not gonna need that for a while. It's pretty easy to get a level 2. And remember, you can get a level 1 lower resist one as early as level 30 from Nightmare Drogman. Okay. Lower resist charms. Alright, so this staff is fully repaired. Now, you can teleport through the Claw Viper Temple, but this one doesn't have any lightning means, so I recommend just pushing through it. It's pretty dangerous to go through on a Zon with a staff, because you don't only have the teleport speed to get out of the snakes that are going to bounce through. Probably just going to get locked up and die, so... Dang it, I was trying to avoid that. I think those could one-shot me. Yeah. One-shot the mercenary. And plus fanaticism, he probably could have one-shot me. If he hit me. He has to hit me first, though. I don't know if he's gonna do that, so.
I bet you.
Pixels are fake data. You're fake data. Okay. So the progression continues. Conviction with Cold Enchant. Alright, definitely don't get hit by that Frost Nova. That's gonna hurt. You only got like zero cold res, it's gonna hurt. Oh, those are gonna light. Gotta check the outside of the map, man. Where is it? Was that Dark Elder? It is. Experience off of him. That's a super unique zombie that always spawns in Lost City. I mentioned him in the normal mode, but yeah. Yeah, you see how easy it is? The snakes don't have a lot of HP, but they do a ton of damage. And they lock you up by stunning you, so I recommend just pushing through Claw Viper on this build. This build will push through very quickly, but she's very likely to die if you try teleporting in, so... You get like any like fanaticism or like amp snakes and you get locked up, you're done. So I don't recommend it. You're even more likely to survive that in Magalier, because you can go. Alright, let's go to the left. Yeah, I'll just push through Claw Viper. This was an actual speed run, you know. You can take whatever risks you want.
In general, I just find it frustrating. Insane map with a good endurance. Andy and more. Yeah, you can back them up if you want. Sure, you just back up all your files, but it will save it no matter what unless you change difficulty, if that makes any sense. Come on, Mercenary, help me out. Mercenary's up beast. Could just teleport over the wall and pick that up, but that's not fun. Like that. Alright.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in
You don't actually ever have to fight things, Skin. You can just teleport over the barrier and just hit it.
It is an honor to serve you.
That's no fun, though. Skin's pretty dangerous, though, so keep that in mind if you're on hardcore. He can do tons of damage to you. Be dead before you know it. Weenie and Jello! Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult of Xana to stay. So now we have the staff. Time to finish Act 2.
Good day.
And of course, find the only farming area that, besides, like I said, certain terror zones that can occur, you're really going to want to push. So what is giving us any amount of strength right now? I'm actually curious. Not that. Is it a charm? Ah, yes, it's the 2 to strength, 9 lighter is small charm. Oh, that's a keeper, so that's fine. Alright, so we actually have overstacked decks right now because we got more decks at the water walks, which means we can actually just put all of our points into vitality for a bit here, which is nice. We'll just put more points, so we just hit another level, 71. Alright, so let's continue. Now we're actually going to put points into each of the defensive abilities just to show them off and how they work and whatnot. It's a little optional to have them. On hardcore, I'd always use those, though. Just mitigate as much damage as you can. You know, you never know what can happen. And we'll show you guys how those work. I don't particularly need more damage. As you can see, you know, damage is. With 7 bolts here, like, we can do a maximum of almost 10,000 damage to a boss, so roughly 10,000. This D2, never too late to get back into it. Still the best ARPG ever made. And with the remaster, it looks better than ever. And they're actually making quite a few quality of life changes to the game. It's just they're keeping it interesting. Diablo 3 isn't an inferior game. You'll hear no disagreement from me. You might get a disagreement from someone else, but not from me. And even if you don't think Diablo 3 is an inferior game, it's not a Diablo, so oh god. All these minions. At least it totally departed from like anything Diablo was, pretty much. Oh, Fire Eye has lightning immune. Okay, he's not always lightning immune. That's annoying. I want my J-mod. Thank you. Okay.
Am I the first to find this arcane fortress?
Alright, so Arcane Sanctuary is a very nice feature. For any lightning damage build, Arcane is definitely a good farm. It's got 8 super chests. The ghosts have the best drop chances for runes in the game besides council members. You can get any high rune up through Cham.
in Hell Arcane.
How many?
And once again, there's no lightning immunes in Arcane Sanctuary. So there's no native lightning immunes, which means you can kill everything. Of course. You can also drop all the crafting materials you have. That's scary, that could kill me. Remember though, you want to kill the ghosts on the platform, on the solid ground, in order for them to drop items. You know, if you don't kill them on the solid ground, they won't drop an item. So if you just kill a whole bunch of ghosts off the edge, I'd wait till they get on the edge.
I am overburdened.
In general, this area is a pretty solid farm in Act 2. You're a fledgling. That's a lightning immune, but that's an elite. Elites can be lightning. I don't even think it's pretty rare to get some. I'm just tinkering right now of what player base is more qualified to be on the D4 beta. D2 players or D3 players or PoE players. Well, they want a little bit of everyone, right? You know, they want people that like Diablo 3, because, you know, there's a lot of people that actually do like it. Probably because they never played Diablo 2, or grew up with it, but you know, they grew up in the era of flashy games, you know. Today, they'll take it out. So you can actually continue to go around and just kill the ghosts and then go back to the waypoint if you want. But they want feedback from players that like, you know, the other ARPGs as well, though. One thing that I appreciate, though, is that it seems like they're looking for feedback for Diablo 4 from players that have played a lot of Diablo, if that makes any sense. Like, they're looking for players that have a lot of hours in the game. I think that's smart. You know, they're looking for experts. Those experts can help inform them, you know, things they might not understand. That's 6 of that. I don't know. There's still time to save Diablo 4 from an absolute train wreck if they want to. Diablo 4 looks good. My problem is it going to be fun enough to continue playing for a very long time in the endgame, you know? Is it going to maintain your interest? Or is it going to feel like, you know, you farm it, not farm it, you play through the game and then you're done, you know? That might be how it is, I don't know. I mean, supposedly they want to make it a world of Diablo. So, I would imagine they want to retain a player base. And the one pump chump of a game that Diablo 3 is probably not going to do it for their Diablo 4 masterpiece, so we'll have to find out. I did more than one pump on Diablo 3, but I'll tell you, it was only about 3 pumps. If you play Diablo 2 and then you play Diablo 3 after it, like you just... Good riddance, freak. Alright, so you understand that our farming Arcane can actually be a very solid farm. It's not an 85 area, but that doesn't matter. The ghosts and the super chests are very optimal monster types. Alright, so let's continue on here. We can drop the most valuable items in the game, and getting rich in here is definitely possible. And if you can get up to at least players 3 or players 5 farming Arcane, that's amazing. And they don't have a lot of HP too, so you don't need tons of damage. Lasts about half of a pump. Well, you know, I tried. Hey, where's the, oh, wait, so we found a circle. Okay, a circle. So, alright, let's get out of here. Alright, let's enter Act 3. One can say, though, that hell doesn't truly get hard, though, until you get towards the end. Just gonna really start testing this build, but I'd say this build's pretty solid. In Nightmare Cows, you can definitely get a lot more plus life charms. I feel like we're lacking some really good life charms, which is why our life was low to begin with. The Water Walks is making up for that, though, so that's nice. Making up for that lack of life charm RNG. To the left. Now remember, if you want to reposition the mercenary in front of you, you can use the teleport staff to reposition the mercenary. It's a really good trick. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna die. Okay.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
And teleport staff, as I mentioned several times throughout part 1.
So, who goes there?
Those unbelievable harem girls. Even more unbelievable that they're dead. Alright, so we're gonna start going towards slow missiles, decoy, and Valkyrie.
To advise you.
And believe it or not, those would actually be very useful right now. I can't kill the beetles because they're lightning immune. You don't always spawn beetles in the tomb. It's kind of annoying we actually got them this time, but it is what it is. Alright, looks like they only saved us 1 level. Almost 900 health now, though, so that's nice. Real Rippy 16, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult of Xana and Jerusalem. There's new features and new balance every ladder in Diablo 2 Resurrected, yes. Yeah, I mean, I think Diablo competitive will always be this format. When will they fix that bug where you just randomly lose an HP for like no reason? God. Oh! Damn, I died for the first time. Rip. I died. Yeah, let's reload and hope that we get a, not a beetle map. Yep. GG, new character. Yeah, if it's hardcore, that's exactly how it is, except on hardcore, I wouldn't be teleporting through the tomb like that with 850 HP and no Valkyrie, but yeah. Just trying to get through the game. Is what it is, though. Alright, so we've died before on this character already, though, so it's not the first time we've died. First time we died in hell, though. Ah, dang it. Stupid beetles, man. So many beetles in that tomb. Not only were there beetles in that tomb, there's like 50,000 of them. Jeez, I couldn't kill anything. I was just like swimming in beetles and they're all lightning immune. Yeah, getting through that is just pretty tough. Okay. Let's try again. Square. I would like to have claimed I haven't died yet in hell for a bit longer, but that's okay. These very risky teleporting schemes. I mentioned before that teleporting can be quite risky. Not again. Why are we getting beetles, man?
I can already
They
tell
don't
that I'll
have
be
to
your
spawn
best
beetles
friend
here.
in this forsaken camp.
There's like 9 monster types that can spawn in these tombs, or at least 6. Getting
Good day.
beetles out of the 3 types that actually spawn. So in every area you get 3 types of monsters, but there's always like backup monsters and it rotates through them and it's random.
Good to see you.
And this knowledge is going to come more in handy when you start doing Plains of Despair too a bit later, because you're usually not going to want to mess with souls at all on this character. So Jesus. Yeah, this is not lucky at all. This is the opposite of lucky. This is rough, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just getting beetles though. See, if I don't get beetles, I don't even have to teleport. That's the thing. Otherwise, I have to teleport past them. Otherwise, it's gonna take too long to kill them. Now, in hardcore, you can just like you can just like keep reloading the game until you don't get beetles. So that's something you can do. That's why I mentioned that. Software doesn't matter. I didn't actually think I was gonna die there. I thought I had a bit more time. Oh god. Okay. Found it, yay! Oh no, not the beetles. Get them off of me. Oh god, here we go. Oh man. We desynced into them. Yeah, now my FCR. Well, I was explaining earlier that if I teleported it through the Claw Viper Temple, I was probably done for. I mean, you can kind of see that visually there. But it's not just the Claw Viper Temple. I mean, any area where there's like tons of monsters that I can't kill. It's pretty dangerous to do that. You're seeing why right now. Just chugging potions. Chugging them potions, man. Yeah, now with my faster hit, now my faster cast rate, man. That's the thing about teleporting on the Xana. That's why I mentioned the danger earlier. This is why with the Xana you gotta take it a bit slower, and you can't necessarily just like push the maggot layer that fast on hardcore. But with softcore, you're fine. Alright. Please, I love you, Andariel. I hate that area. I'd rather fight Andariel any day of the week. That's why that lower resist wand does amazing things against bosses. Always, bro. Always. Alright, let's go! What's up, Skadosh? How you doing? Alright. Yeah, Andariel was the easy part.
This is not good. Will this madness ever end?
Teleporting through seas of lightning immunes is not the easy part.
Greetings.
That's the hard part. Alright, here we go. The thing about softcore is, though, you can just keep pushing the game. And if you die a few times, it's not a big deal. Alright, here you go.
Jared, good day.
Stone Crusher.
Good day.
Act 2 done, yep.
Welcome.
Act 2 is arguably one of the toughest acts for a fledgling Xana because there's so many lightning moves. Act 2. Arcane's the easiest part, but besides that, it's kind of annoying. Okay, here we go. Will this madness never end? Act 3 on a lightning character is also kind of rough. Yep, you're right. So, Act 3 is also not super easy on a lightning character. Especially not the Spider Forest. There's a lot of lightning immunes in here, so... Basically what you're going to want to do here is run or teleport past things. And this is why if you're on hardcore, you already want like a Valkyrie and all that stuff, because the more distractions, the better. Of course, we'll show you guys how to use those in a bit here.